date straight, because I always get the dates.
Today's the 6th of October.
It's the 6th of October.
Yeah.
You're on.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the meeting. Good evening, and welcome to the October 6, 2014 Long Meadow Select Board meeting. We'll start by a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Does anybody have any announcements? No announcements? How about the resident comments? Jerry?
Good evening, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am here representing the American Legion Building. It's a project that's been dear to many of us, and it's been a 4-year program, and we have spent $78,000 worth of Community Preservation Act money. And I'm here to tell you that it's been extremely efficient. We've done a lot of work on the building. It is the oldest town-owned building across from Rinaldi's, if no one knows exactly where it is. But we've replaced the roof. We've done exterior painting, brick pointing for the first project. Second project involved the driveway, parking area restoration, and everything was restoration, which is the buzzword, of course, for CPA. The bathroom has been redone, made accessible, and handicap accessible, as I say. Kitchen and the entry is already been completed, and it just looks like a great-looking building. And I'm here to really invite all town residents, many of whom may not even know that the building is there. It is the American Legion Building. It was built in the early 1800s. It served as the town hall. It served as a school and the American Legion Building for many years. I'm delighted to say that Barry Jarvis at Parks and Recs is going to sponsor the event. And you all have 2 copies of the postcard, and I hope that the Select Board will send 2 of those out to your favorite person, inviting them to the open house, which will be held Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, on the 14th. And we invite all town residents. And I think it's a twofold, opportunity. First of all, so that all the residents in Long Meadow recognize that we have this American Legion Building and the restoration and the money that is spent of your money through the CPA fund. In addition, I think twofold, the other factor is that from a marketing standpoint, there may be people that don't realize that it is a functioning building. It is rented out on a daily, monthly, weekly basis through the Parks and Recs, and it's available to all town residents. So hopefully we'll get a good crowd. We'll have a nice coffee and donuts at the open house from 10 to 11:30 on the 14th. So we look forward to seeing everyone there. Thank you for your attention.
One quick thing, Jerry.
Yep.
I failed to have you introduce yourself and give your address. for the
I'm sorry. Thank you
recording
very much.
secretary.
This is my first time through this exercise, so.
That's all right.
I'm Jerry Nolet. I live at 724 Frank Smith Road, a road which has become very busy. We have a lot of traffic on all our streets in Long Meadow, so I'm sure that you're aware of that.
Very
Mr.
much aware of
Chairman.
that.
Can you just spell your last name?
N-O-L-E-T.
No, L-E-T.
Take her
Thank
off
you.
the Christmas card list, Jerry.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yep.
Any other resident comments? Okay, consent agenda. We have 3 pieces of
Are
material
we
on
doing
consent.
select board now?
Yeah, I think we will. I'm sorry. Select board comments.
So, yes. I actually have 2 things, which first, I guess, may have technically been an announcement, but I'll say it now. So this Saturday, the Long Meadow Cross Country Mile returns to Wolf Swamp Fields. $1 only for a fast, flat course, wheel measured, and I hope to see everyone there. The second thing is, this past week, I challenged Mike Mathis of MGM to a public debate, a Lincoln Douglas-style debate on question 3. I encouraged him to come to Long Meadow. I encouraged him to debate last fall. He hasn't taken me up on the response. I think the fact that MGM can't see fit to show up to a public debate says a lot about the weakness of their position and about the flaws in this casino legislation. The town of Long Meadow voted at last fall's town meeting against the casino. So did West Springfield, so did Palmer, so did East Long Meadow, so did Holyoke, so did East Boston, and a whole bunch of other towns in this state. I hope everyone in Long Meadow gets out and votes yes on question 3.
Anything else?
That's it.
Paul?
Yeah, just one comment. We received this brochure a while back. It's for community preservation, and every time we approve their budget, we always have a request for print-in secretarial or whatever. That's pretty good. My question is, I'd like to ask the chair, to go to chair to receive an accountant of expenditures of that money from community preservation, because we're always told it's just, and it's voted on at town meeting, so I'd just like to have that information, if we could.
Okay. For the last year?
Yeah, for the last fiscal year.
Mark?
No, I'm all set.
Maureen?
I attended 2 meetings the past, I think, week or 10 days. One was on storm, water, and drainage financing, and I want to talk about that the next meeting, because there's new rates that just came out, which I know the town manager probably have more information on. But the other was the legislative breakfast that the Massachusetts Municipal Association put on. I want to just give you a little update, because I know that's one of the things we're concerned about. They reviewed about how last year the local aid had early local aid resolution, which allowed us better planning for the year. And this year we need to advocate for that, because we're not sure that's going to happen for us this year. They showed an increase of unrestricted aid of $25 million, an increase in circuit breaker by $5 million, an increase in CPA, which we just were talking about, by $25 million. But Massachusetts Municipal Association's warning us this year to not plan on really seeing those type of increases. They're really concerned because the trend of increasing local aid is hitting a wall, because they said 7 to 8% of all new revenue is now being eaten up by the increase in healthcare costs. So they said this next year should be very crucial. They also said the past year the legislature reviewed and updated allocation formula for Chapter 70 funds for school, and they did make some changes on that. The priorities coming up in the upcoming year, number 1, they said, was OPEB, and that's other post-employment benefits. The large reform bill that did not pass last year, the Select Board and School Committee did encourage our representatives to support the reform. It did not pass. Right now, MMA is very concerned. They said Commonwealth has an OPEB liability of $30 billion, double our pension liability. Most towns pay as you go, paying for current retirees. The MMA has warned us that as more and more retirees are in the system, we will not be able to pay for the current retiree health care costs in the future. Some smaller towns are already facing layoffs to pay for these current expenses. We are not there yet, but we must prepare and anticipate the problem. This is what they were emphasizing for the first half of the meeting. The MMA is warning us that the new accounting methods by GASB will put more of these liabilities on our books this year and might start affecting our bond rating in the near future. We should keep in mind that the town is responsible for the school teachers' retiree health costs. This is not true of their pensions. As we reach a critical point of not being able to pay for current retirees, the Massachusetts Municipal Association is worried that we'll start looking at layoffs. 2 things we should consider this year is review of our policy offerings for early retirees. This was talked about during the meeting. These policies can be extremely expensive, especially for out-of-state retirees that are not eligible for Medicare yet. We also should consider putting our OPEB savings in a formal trust account. We need to start discussing the problem with the unions and coming to a mutual solution. The first step with this is to create a fund that can only be used for retiree health care costs. The other priorities they had for the year was unemployment insurance reform, which did not pass this year, and the town still needed relief on some of the issues. An interesting point was the Gun Violence Reduction Act that came up. The bill passed required adoption of local provisions, and I don't know what those local provisions are. We might need to see if we need to be doing something at a board. School resource officers are now being required. We're a step ahead of that. We've already done that, but mental health plans have to be put in place. But I thought was interesting is we might be able to look at funding for these through the auditor's office. Now that it has passed and everyone has to have resource officers, maybe we can look at some sort of funding through the unfunded mandate section. The big thing that came up was the environmental regulations that we'll be talking about in the future, and that's the MS4. It just came out this week. There's an important meeting coming up October 9th or 15th at Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. Says these could be very expensive to the towns, and we need to look to see exactly what these regulations are. Other towns have already started to look on funding streams and how to prepare for that. But we'll talk about that when we get more information on what the MS4s are really coming out. At the meeting, we talked about the need to review and reform the Chapter 90 funding formula, like they had done for the Chapter 70. I had mentioned the truck traffic that you have talked about in the past, Richard, and other people talked about seasonal weekend traffic should be considered. We also talked about the possibility of a local gas tax for infrastructure. Other states do that. Massachusetts does not have the local gas tax option for the infrastructure. The other thing that wasn't touched upon, only in a general way, is that there are grants out there now for the water sewer projects, and I think that might be part of that big bill that was passed last year. So maybe we could ask the town manager to look to see if there are any new grants or bonding mechanisms for the water, especially projects. So it was a very good meeting. It was up in Conway, so it was most of the towns up north. The mayor of West Springfield was there also. But it would be nice to follow up on this in the next legislative breakfast I think they have in the spring.
I had a question. Why is GASB going to put more light on OPEB?
I think that my understanding is that they're concerned that it's not being addressed
Okay.
adequately by
Yeah.
the towns across the United States. And
Right.
so they're talking about, new changes are coming up imminently, that according to the person from Massachusetts Municipal Association, she thinks will have a great effect on the towns here in Massachusetts.
So they're going to
We'll
start.
have to wait and see.
There's going to be a mandate coming down? Is that what they're
The
talking about?
new accounting methods will be showing more of an active
Okay,
this
so
year
you won't
liability.
get as much credit for bond rating and all this, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mhm.
that's the angle they're going to take. They're going to,
Start putting more on the active books
Okay.
of the liability. But again, this is just what she says is coming down. There was nothing that we've seen.
right. Well, OPEB's no secret. We know it's going to creep up and get us. I was also a little confused on one thing. You were talking about stormwater regulation. I wondered why why DPW, was DPW represented there?
DPW, at that specific meeting, no, but they're part of the roundtable that
Okay.
meets consistently.
Got to be a little confused why they're not briefing if there's storm, or the
This
town
is at
manager.
MMA legislative breakfast. I did not attend, but the information is essentially, if you go to the MMA's website, they have releases on most of this stuff.
Yeah,
I've been to other legislative breakfasts,
right.
and Conway is far away. But it's a federal regulation, that's,
Right.
a draft regulation is being promulgated, and it's just hit the street, if you will, so it's gonna be open through December.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to hear more about
Yeah.
that. I mean, even coming in from our work side of the thing instead of the select board side. And, okay, thank you, Marie. Anything else?
That was it? Thanks.
Anything else from anybody? Okay, now I can go to consent agenda.
Richard, I'd just like to ask that we separate something out of the consent agenda.
Okay.
Just to talk, so we can talk about it. I'd like to move the October 31st Green Acre Street closure out of this consent agenda before we consider it.
Okay, anybody oppose that?
Yes. The whole idea of a consent agenda is that you are to either approve or deny the whole consent agenda. And if there's an issue, then I would suggest that you disapprove the whole consent agenda. That is the consent agenda.
Okay,
I'll second the motion.
okay. Discussion? All in favor of,
I'm just going to reiterate, the only discussion is you cannot review the
we're
consent
gonna
agenda.
dump this down.
You're going to vote on it.
Yeah,
because
Marie, that was
you
your
made a
thing
motion.
to separate this out?
Yeah, the motion was to remove that one from the consent agenda and I seconded the motion.
Okay.
No,
No?
Mr. Gold requested you didn't make a motion.
Yeah, I didn't make a motion.
Oh, you did.
Did make a motion.
I mean, Paul, you're right. I mean, my request is to revise the agenda, to pull something out of the consent agenda. And I did that because one of the requests hasn't been signed by the police chief.
And my only point is, once it's in the consent agenda, it's an up or down vote, Mark.
Okay.
And if it's not in there, then there's someone to ask why it's not in there.
Okay, I guess what we
Was that
had,
established as a- I didn't realize that was, oh, no.
we have a problem when the computer files, when they went out, didn't have a signature. By the time I got the hard copy, we had signatures. That's what's occurred on this 31st.
Well,
Okay.
Which one is it?
I think if people are confused about the consent agenda, then understand why it's on the agenda. It is not, it is exactly what that is. You approve it as a whole, or you don't approve it. It is not to be separated, it is not to be discussed. You're not even supposed to have discussion on the items on the consent agenda, and that's why they're procedural, and that's why they're in there. So if there's some confusion about that, and you might not be aware of that, then I think you need to become aware of it, because for the 9 years on this board, we haven't discussed the consent agenda, and I don't think any other committee does. So I'm just saying procedurally, if you're going to vote, if you don't like it, then vote against it. That's,
Do you want to make it a motion, Mark, to remove it from the consent agenda, just so we can get it done? Or do you just want to go to each item in the consent agenda?
No,
so we
no,
can
we'll
get it
just
done?
approve it as it is.
Okay.
The one you're going to sign, or if approved, the one that would be signed does have the police chief's signature on it. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And that was the question I had, because mine copy didn't.
Yes.
Okay, we have consent agenda. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, pass.
Who seconded?
I'll second it.
Down. It's going to be a long meeting. Okay. Town managers report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, the traffic signal study that we had talked about was actually done back before the school year, and I had not received the report until recently, and I just neglected to follow up on it, but I just wouldn't, the inspections were done, a few repairs were made, and then some recommendations are in there from the town engineer. The one thing I would add, and I don't know if there's confusion, I don't recall specifically what the document that was circulated at last year's town meeting said, but with traffic signals, when you push a button and all the traffic lights go red and then the crosswalks allow you to cross, that's called a dedicated pedestrian phase. Our equipment doesn't offer dedicated pedestrian phase, it's too old. And so when we talk about the traffic signal, the crosswalk signals don't work, they work as they were designed and intended to work. They aren't designed and they aren't designed to have a dedicated phase, so I just want to make sure people are clear on that. It's kind of a technical point, but they did go out and inspect them to make sure they are working as designed, and they have done that.
Yeah, we do have some different ones, like the one at, on your street down there by Rinaldi's, that they actually cross with a green light to traffic. But the signal is functional, but it's just an odd one. But I will assume, though, if there's a button and you press a button, something should happen. Whether it's all goes red or something goes green, but you get the little walking signal, is that correct?
Yeah, it depends on the signal, but yeah.
Right, if it's there, the light could come on and say, please walk. Okay, thank you.
Richard?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, did you say, I was confused by something you just said. Did you say that you would cross while it was green?
With traffic.
With traffic,
It's not all four.
yeah.
Okay,
In
understood.
other words, coming off Fall Street by Rinaldi's, you get a green light coming off what, Edgewood, is it?
Yep.
Edgewood, and yet Long Meadow Street stops.
Yeah,
And you've got a green light, and you're actually walking across the pedestrian walk with a green light, but apparently the traffic is so limited there, and the line of sight is so vivid that it's a safe crossing. Matter of fact, I sat there one day and watched 4 people come across. I was amazed how well it functions.
Okay.
But it's a little bit different setup. Is that it, Stephen?
That's it for now, yeah.
Okay. Old business. We've got 3 or 4 policies that keep roaming around. One of them's a capital policy. Stephen, I guess you threw these back on there?
The only one that had been said was not supposed to be in there, I thought was a debt policy. I thought the capital policy was okay to be in the packet.
Yeah, I guess all of them are okay to be in there. It's just, they, I guess before, we didn't get them resolved, we made comments, and there's been revisions made, and these are the latest and greatest that are in our packages now.
They were referred to subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
Subcommittee has reported them back,
Right.
and that's what you have in front of you, right?
Okay.
That's correct?
Okay.
That's my understanding from the
Richard?
subcommittee?
Yes, sir.
I suspect, I mean, having worked on the capital policy, I suspect, well, this would entail a fair bit of debate.
Mhm.
And given that we've got people here for another item, do you think it makes sense to address the items that members of the public are here for? Because I'm just concerned, that, you know, to really do some of these policies justice, it, you know, would take a bit of time.
That's true, it would. This other issue, I think, is going to take a little bit of time, but is there any feelings from the board? I'm not opposed to moving the agenda around for that purpose.
I'm just assuming that once that agenda item's over, the room will be clear,
It could get quiet.
with the exception of Richard and Ben, so.
Okay, so-
We're ready to
Okay,
do
there's
that.
two people who want to move. Okay, thank you, Alex. Is there anybody opposed to move? Okay, we'll adjust the agenda. Okay, I guess the number 4 item is up. It's the, so number 5, Quintuck Road. Okay?
Okay, if I can just do a brief introduction. Some months ago, a resident from Quintuck Road approached the town about the high level of, high volume of traffic on the road and implored the town to take some kind of action to mitigate what is essentially cut-through traffic. And like we do with nearly every request, we took specific note of the concerns, and the traffic committee got together, went out, and began to explore the issue. We were just candidly skeptical at first because Long Meadow's a cut-through town full of cut-through streets. But we decided to go ahead and do some analysis and find out if the concerns of the residents were justified, or if it was, Jerry Nolet made the comment about Frank Smith Road being a busy street, which it is. And in the world of assessing traffic situations, from an engineering standpoint, you look essentially at speed, at volume data, meaning the number of cars and trucks, the speed data, how fast are they going, and then the crash data, how many times do people run into each other there. And it's really, the crash data is really what drives the evaluation of something being a safety hazard. And so there certainly can be a perceived safety hazard if there's a lot more cars on your road than it is designed for, but in traffic engineering, a safety hazard is really borne out by crash data. And fortunately, there's not a high level of crashes, if hardly at all, on this road. So we knew it wasn't a safety hazard from a crash standpoint. That said, we also did the speed analysis, and there were a few outliers that were going very quick on the street. But by and large, I say by and large, it's the 85th percentile, meaning 85% of the cars are going within the speed. It was at or slightly above the speed limit. That's all detailed in one of the town engineer's memos that you have in the large packet of information. And then we looked at the volume, and it was really the volume of traffic that caught our eye. And 1,800 cars a day on that street is an exceptionally high number of vehicles for a small residential street. Quite simply, cars and trucks use Quintuck to avoid the four-way stop sign at Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith Road. And we used a radar counter that the police has that's trailer mounted, and then we used the 2 road-mounted counters that we borrowed from Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. And both sources of data were consistent. So then we wanted to do a comparative analysis to address the question, why should we, why should we take action on Quinnetuck if it's just another cut-through street in a town full of cut-through streets? And so we selected, the traffic committee identified 3 other really heavily used cut-through streets, Linwood, Dover, and Ellington, and did a similar analysis on those. And as you can see in the report, Quinnetuck still vastly exceeds not only the volume of traffic on those other roads, but the percentage of traffic compared to the road that's being bypassed, the main road that's being bypassed. During all, and as you can see, like I said, there's more than 300 pages worth of data in your packet. So a lot of thought and analysis has gone into this request. One of the reasons why we wanted to provide that high level of analysis and research is that the folks on Quinnetuck Road are unanimous and have signed a petition affirming, so in their desire to see the road closed at the Wolf Swamp Road end. Some years ago, the road was a dead end, and I think when the road was accepted, I believe it was accepted on paper all the way through to Wolf Swamp, and then it was closed, but it hadn't been developed. The second phase of the road hadn't been developed, and sometime I think in the 90s, they punched through the road to Wolf Swamp to build 2 houses kind of on the end there. And every resident on the street and the 2 cul-de-sacs that are off of Quinnetuck signed a petition making this request. And it is our recommendation, is the recommendation of Traffic Committee, which is the Chief of Police, myself, the Director of Public Works, and the Town Engineer, that the road be temporarily closed for a term, 6 months, a year, to assess the situation. We do believe this is a unique and singular problem that is not as analogous to other cut-through streets as it had first appeared in its face. We think that not only the high level of traffic, but the growth in traffic on Quinnetuck Road could create the potential for a safety hazard, because it is a very narrow street and is, except for the turn at the end, a straight shot. However, our concern in recommending a temporary closing instead of a permanent closing is that the 1,800 cars, or 1,700 if you give them credit for 100 of the trips a day, are going to go someplace else. And our concern is creating a safety hazard at some other location. And we spend a lot of time looking at where are the cars going to go, where's the next easy cut through. You know, if you look at the cut throughs up and down Long Meadow Street that people use, if you blocked off one of those streets, you could easily see where the cars would go to as an alternative. Here, it's just not as clear. And so we want to be able to assess the impact on that 4-way intersection at Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith, which was a safety hazard. In fact, I think some years ago there was a fatality which yielded the 4-way stop sign. Now, the part of this that if we were going to close the street permanently, it would go through the planning board either to the select board to the planning board, but then ultimately back through the select board to a town meeting vote. Again, we are only recommending a temporary closing to, first of all, to address the, we think unreasonably high number of cars that go to mitigate that issue on Quinnetuck Road, but also to assess the impact on other streets. And like I said, if we take something that is not currently a safety hazard and create an immediate safety hazard at some other location, we want the ability to revisit the decision. I did talk to town council, and there really is not, I don't know if this has been done before, but there's not really a convenient legal mechanism. So it would be similar to a street closure. It essentially is a street closure like you would do for a block party, except that it's not a block party, so the regulations on hours of a block party would not apply. But you'd just be saying, essentially, the street is closed from, starting November 1st, say, for example, and going till November 1st of 2015. And we can have some discussion about what the appropriate term is. Like I said, we get a lot of feedback on traffic. There should be a stop sign here, this road's too fast. Some of them are meaningful, and some of them are just normal complaints about traffic or speed that you get that are maybe legitimate, but fairly common. We do look into, like I said, we look into all of them at some level, and this one, the deeper we got, the more we realize that this is, like I said, a severe problem. It is a unique problem, and we think that the data that you have in front of you demonstrates that pretty clearly. So, again, the town's recommendation is a closure for up to a year. And we would use, we would use a combination of signage and what are essentially plastic New Jersey barriers that you fill with water to block the road at the Wolf Swamp end. They're brightly colored and would not do someone undue harm if they ran into them, which, if we take this action, probably will happen. So, like I said, I think the case is strong to try this, to see if we can solve at least this one problem. All right, welcome questions.
Does anybody have a question to Stephen before we open it up on the floor?
I have Oh, go ahead.
Well, my question is, the traffic committee, I'm assuming, is the police chief, because you mentioned them, and I'm assuming DPW. And I'd like to know why they're not here, because I'd like to ask them some specific questions, because probably about 5 or 6 years ago, the residents of Burbank came to the select board with the same, very similar request. And if you go down to Burbank in the morning for school, and if anybody ever travels down there, you'll see it. The traffic is unbelievable coming for school. And they wanted a stop sign at one of the intersections. And it was actually the police department that recommended against the stop sign because it could further, they believed it would further induce accidents because there had been no accidents on Burbank. I understand the volume, but I mean, not having the traffic committee here when you're talking about closing a road, and I've been down your street, not all the time, but sometimes. And I can tell you, I mean, I've seen cars, and I don't take your road anymore because, quite frankly, if there's 3 cars on your street, it takes longer than getting through the 4-way stop. So and there's 2 people that have solar panels I'd like to talk to about where you got them, but that's a separate issue. But my point is, and I've seen people speed down the street, and I've seen people not speed down the street, but I really would like to have had the traffic committee here, because I really like to know from the police chief's perspective, because it was 5 or 6 years ago, and they felt a stop sign would actually increase auto accidents on a road where there were none. And I'd like to know from the police chief, having Jersey barriers like you just mentioned, and, you know, I anticipate accidents where there are none. And I know that there's a problem, but solving one problem might create another. And that's what my concern is. And I wish I could have asked the police chief why, you know, that isn't an issue where it was on Burbank Road. And it was very similar, except there was actually a large student population walking on Burbank as well, getting to the elementary school. So it was a little bit different. But that was my question, why they weren't here.
Thank you. Hey, Stephen, I guess I foresee the issue having to do with a precedent here. I understand that you see this as different from some of the other analyses, but I guess I have a few questions for you as the representative of the Traffic Commission, and that would be, you know, based on the fact that, my opinion, people take a shortcut because they perceive it's shorter, you know, what actions did we consider and reject to make the shortcut not shorter anymore? And I can think of 3 or 4 off the top of my head that you know, personally, I would prefer to having a street closure, but was anything considered and not?
Well, the residents were clear in their request to have the street closed. We did look at traffic calming measures. We did look at a whole host of things, but it became clear that the unique layout of the road, even, you know, speed bumps and things like that, you know, weren't really going to, we didn't feel meaningfully stem the tide. And then if you had truckers going down that road, and you can see from the table, it gets a heavier concentration of truck traffic than the other 3 cut-throughs we looked at. You know, a truck going over a speed bump at midnight is going to wake up the entire neighborhood. And so we did look at different things, but it became clear that closing it was probably the most efficient way to truly address the issue.
Okay,
I mean, if you want to,
No, I-
specifically say, if you want to mention the ones you think of,
Clearly, speed bumps is one, 20-mile-an-hour speed limits is another, putting a three-way stop sign at the corner of Clifford and Quinnetuck, so that people have to stop twice now going that way versus another way. I don't know, maybe the problem is that there's a GPS program out there that tells people if you're going down Frank Smith to get to Wolf Swamp, turn on Quinnetuck, and the issue is maybe all you gotta do is put up a sign that says, no through street and no through traffic, no truck traffic allowed. You know, that works in a lot of communities. I think this is an amazing precedent. The other thing is, you know, you talk about Jersey barrier full with water, we're getting to the part of the year now where those things are gonna freeze and crack and be more of a mess than clear. And I guess my other question is, do we consider what the effect of that is on snowplows to the street and the efficiency of the town's, the town street?
is sufficient
you know,
to address those, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to understand it, but like I said, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, you ban through traffic, you put up big signs that say no through traffic, and then you enforce it, you know, for 3 months, and people get the message, I better not go down the street because there's a cop sitting there.
We did step up radar enforcement there. The people who use it regularly, you know, I think it is a right of way. So there is, through traffic is allowed. I mean, you can put up a sign, but the people who know better are going to use it anyway, and we can't have an officer stationed there every single day. And to your point, there is sufficient room to store snow down at the end, down at the Wolf Swamp end beyond the driveways that are there. There's no issues. We had the fire chief look at it for EMS and fire responses. He has no issues with it. We looked at the speed limit, but as in one of our first meetings, a member of the police department detailed that the state really regulates speed limits. And there's some science that goes into determining a speed limit, but it's basically how does the road feel, and people, the 85th percentile that I refer to generally drives the speed that the road should be. And that's why speed wasn't an overarching concern. There are cars that go fast down there, but because it's a narrow street, if you're standing on the sidewalk, if you're staying next to somebody that drives by at 35, it feels like they're going by at 55, but if you're in your car going 35, it doesn't really feel like you're going that fast. And I think that was one of the things we clarified when we broke down some of the analysis. You could lower it maybe to 5 miles an hour, but the state would a 20 mile an hour, an artificially low speed limit is not something the state would abide by. So like I said, we did run through a lot of these, and you know, we got to the part of spending a lot of time doing the additional traffic analysis specifically because of the traffic question. And it's a tough one, Mark. I mean, I don't deny that, because like I said,
We're going to have 200 other residents of 200 streets in here saying they want a dead end.
if you are going to have a precedent, then you want to make sure the bar is very high on the precedent, and I feel that in this case, the bar is very high. And it was the comparison to other streets that are really, I mean, we've heard the folks from Linwood have been before this board asking for a sidewalk because of the volume of cars. Dover Road is, I think there was just an accident off of Dover over the weekend, somebody trying to, you know, smoke through that neighborhood. And you know, Ellington, of course, is one of the more noted cut-through streets. And like I said, on a comparative basis, it just seems, you know, a substantially higher bar than even those. And like I said, we don't know, there's no other cut-through. I mean, there's no other street around there, if you look at a map, that makes sense. But we still want to leave open the option of reopening the street if it creates a more difficult situation.
So I guess that, if I can, just follow up.
Go ahead.
So I guess that leads to my next question is, so some point down the road, since this is a temporary closing request, what's the criteria by which it's going to go either reopen or be recommended to be closed permanently? Is that strictly on safety? Because we know that it's going to eliminate traffic. You know, there was no speed issue to begin with, so you're just, if there's accidents elsewhere, we're going to move, and then what level of accidents become acceptable elsewhere? You know,
I don't know that we don't know. Like I said, if we could predict what was going to happen, then we wouldn't need to do a temporary closure. That's the whole point. We don't know what's going to happen, and we've looked at it, and it's not because we haven't looked at it. But like, again, where are the cars gonna figure out to go? Will they bypass, will they go through East Long Meadow? Because a lot of it's probably Connecticut drivers as well. And so that, these are questions that we've established baseline data through this process, and it's look for increases in cut-throughs on other streets nearby, look for a higher crash rate at the four-way intersection, Frank Smith and Wolf Swamp. There are a bunch of different factors. There may be ones we can't even conceive of that, once we see it, we realize that this is a spillover from Quinnipiac, and we never even thought of it. But we don't know. Again, this is the temporary closing is really driven by the uncertain nature of where those 1,800 cars are going to go.
Richard,
I really appreciate the data-driven approach
Mhm.
you've put here, because the question would be, what about the other streets? And this is actually a little shocking when you sit down and actually see the numbers and the number of trucks that are going through there. I also like the idea of a temporary closure, because it sounds like the problem is that light and that intersection on where we're going. My questions are, the signs, are you going to have like signs saying road closed? What is the signage
There'll
going to
be,
be?
you know, typical traffic markings. I mean, there's a manual for uniform traffic control devices that mandate all that stuff. It's, you know, it'll be do not enter. We'll put up the variable message boards, I would say a few weeks in advance, saying, as of this date, Quinnipiac Road will be closed to through traffic, and, you know, notify Garmin and TomTom and the, you know, Google Maps, and let them know that the road is temporarily closed, and go through that whole process. But then it'll be signed, and then, of course, you know, the further down you get, it'll be dead end, you know, do not, so people know that they have to stop. But, you know, we've been through this. You can put all the signs up in the world, and people are still going to ignore them. So we're going to try and get the word out as best we can, but people are going to come upon those barriers, which I think are probably engineered for freeze-thaw cycles, you know, and get to the point where they just need to turn around. And I don't know if the people who live at that end of the street are here, but I think they're here because they want to see this happen, and they know that they're going to have people turning around in front of their house constantly, and if they're all right with that, I think it's worth trying. And Mark, your other point is, quite honestly, if this turns into something where every month, somebody comes in to ask to have their street closed, if it's a temporary closure, then the select board can say we've created a public policy issue that, you know, hampers our ability to serve the entire community equally. So you still have that option as well. But like I said, it's a big problem, and it's a growing problem. That's why, and the residents are unanimous in their desire to see this happen, and that's something that, and I do want to, and I know that some folks are here, Mr. Chairman, and would like to be recognized.
Right.
I want to commend the residents of Quinnipiac Road. This process has, as we've peeled the onion on this, it's gotten longer and more complicated to get it to this point, and they've been very patient. Again, this was brought forward in the springtime, but we've wanted to make sure that we do this analysis right so we can answer the questions before they get asked, quite frankly. And but they've been patient. They've gotten involved in a very detailed way, and not we want to see what this we want to see this happen. We don't care what else is out there. They've been respectful of the town's review of the information, and I want to commend their level of professionalism and patience in working with us to get to this point.
I just had a couple of follow-up questions from what you were telling Mark. You said something about the state having some sort of involvement in the speed limit. Could you elaborate on, like, what's the process, what's the agency, let's say, and I know this has happened before, the select board votes to change a speed limit from 30 to 25. Like, what's the process? How does somebody in the state know about it? How do they review it? What's the standards? I mean, I'm a little unclear on that.
I think the roads are divided into classes, and it's Mass DOT.
But I guess what I'm saying is, but how do they know? I mean, are we required to report to them? Who do we report to? How does it get reviewed? I mean, do you know any of that, or?
No, I don't know the specifics of that. I just know
Okay.
that when we went through this, one of the sergeants that had done the initial research had reported the finding that the speed limit issue was not a viable alternative, because.
See, I
of the
guess
state
I'm not,
rules.
that's where I'm not clear on it. What is it that would prevent this board from changing the speed limit?
I can find that out.
Okay, all right, so I mean, so it sounds like that's something that could at least be considered. And then the other thing is about the speed bump. I understand that, obviously, closing the road is gonna be the most effective thing, no doubt. But on the speed bump, did you find that that was a possible solution but not advisable, or simply not a possible solution? I mean, I guess what I'm thinking about is, with plowing, I mean, does it get in the way of plowing? That's what I'm saying, sort of advisable versus possible. I mean,
It is, is it possible? I guess. It just isn't the right fit for the situation, based on a variety of factors.
well, I mean, part of the reason why I'm asking is that maybe in other streets it is the right fit. Because this is sort of, as you're pitching it, an extreme situation with an extreme solution. If there's sort of a halfway solution with a halfway situation, I mean, that's what I'm trying to find out. I mean, when you were assessing it, was it did you assume that a speed was possible?
Sure, I think that is something I think the town could probably do.
Okay.
And I don't know, Paul, I wasn't here for the Burbank discussion, but what I'm guessing is, when you put a stop sign in, one of the things you get is then, people may ignore the stop sign, and you create terrible accidents because someone stops, sees the car, assumes they're gonna stop, and goes and gets T-boned, and that turns into a very serious accident. And the other thing is, people tend to speed up to stop signs and then speed away from them. And so you get the high rates of acceleration, and that is another thing that sometimes it's sometimes a factor that makes stop signs not an appropriate traffic calming device. Each situation is different. And so there's a somewhat limited set of tools for traffic, management, and each situation you look at and you try and get the right tools to fit that situation. And when we ran through all of those, it was certainly the temporary closure that was the best fit for the situation.
Rich, can I ask a couple of
Absolutely.
questions? What is the acceptable number of vehicles on that street? Per hour, per day?
I don't know, I think the town engineer may have detailed that information in his
If it's
memo.
in the 85 pieces in there, 85 pages of.
It's not.
So the question is, when you're talking about speed bumps versus road closures and so forth, and is there an acceptable number of vehicles that would be, if you did the analysis and it said there were 50 cars an hour or 25, I mean, there's got to be, we should have some, I would imagine, some sort of standard as to a side street. And the other thing, quite frankly, is I don't necessarily agree with your answer, is that we need to figure out where those cars are going. Since Maple Road dumps into a dead end, so to speak, and we already identified that the cars are cutting through to get from Wolf Swamp to Frank Smith and Frank Smith to Wolf Swamp, we know where they're going to go. We know that those 1,800 cars or trips are going to go to those two main roads. Maybe they were built to handle them. I would hope that the board would involve those residents in before we vote on something like this, to make sure that they understand there's going to be increased traffic in their house, and their streets. Because there's no other place for that traffic to go. It is going one way or the other, and unless it's going to travel, if there was a shorter route from Enfield to East Long Meadow, I'm sure they'd be taking it, other than cutting through Long Meadow. So Long Meadow is the cut-through. Just pick a street as which one we block one off, the other two streets are going to handle the 1,800 cars. And I'm assuming they're prepared for that, in the sense of, that's how it was made. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know how those roads were set up with the four-way stop, the wideness of them and so forth, but I think we don't need to wait a year to know where the traffic's gonna go. I think the majority of that traffic is already there. It just won't be going down Quinnipiac if we vote for that.
Any other statement? Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rick.
Okay. I found an interesting stat, and I'm sure it's just an omission someplace, but it's the paperwork that was sent out, the traffic study that was done in '97, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., east and west traffic was 300 vehicles, and when it was done on 6/12/2014 for the same time period, it's 185 vehicles. I thought that was comical. I don't know what's to make it. Now, it's not a 24-hour count. That was a 9 to 11 count. That's when they set the speed limits on that street. That's a 62% reduction in traffic flow on that street since the year of 1997. I have no idea what was happening then.
Same day of the week,
Thursday, same day of the week. Yep,
same time of year.
yep, absolutely. Hands up, everything was June, June,
I have
June.
the 99 study.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
97, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a typo?
No, it's a study. It was June 26, 1997.
Like before we put the stop sign?
This is when they set the speed limits. This is how much traffic was on the street.
And what number do you have for today?
I have today at 185.
And what day are you looking at?
Thursday, 6/12/2014, and that's 9 to 11 a.m., west and east traffic. It was just an odd thing when I looked at that particular thing, because the stats that are put in don't have much meaning. It's just a 2-hour period in one day, and it doesn't tell what the total flow was. I thought it just struck me as
No,
being
1 hour.
extremely odd. It was 2-hour
But
period.
that's
9 to
why we
11.
summarized everything, looking at all the data into a recommendation, so we didn't get tripped up on one data point versus another data point.
On which day, sir?
On Thursday, June 12th?
On June 12th?
That's the date in question?
Yeah, I have 185 vehicles.
Okay, total, so I have 7 AM, 140.
No, this is between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Okay, 9 AM
Mm-hmm.
is 96,
Yeah, and I
10
had,
AM is 89, and 11 AM is 90.
right, this is only 9 to 11, and I had
Okay.
99 west and 86 east.
Was Long Meadow as built out as it is now?
So there's more.
Richard?
Yeah.
Not 99.
Does it make sense to recognize who's talking?
Yeah, it will,
For our
yeah.
minutes?
Yeah, because we haven't opened it up yet, so I apologize. That was just an interesting stat that I found, and I'm
I
sure
I
there's a
didn't
lot
want,
more.
the part of the reason I didn't want to get stuck on data points, I mean, we're taking the overall recommendation.
data points.
I understand that, that doesn't really help make the
Like a
overall picture of the public policy
Like a
discussion.
flame in a moth. Well, it's traffic dead, and I think we should be honest, because everything has been mentioned up here. We know that I feel reasonably certain 1,800 vehicles is a lot of vehicles on any street in Long Meadow, period, unless you're on Converse or one of the major arteries. It's a lot of traffic. And like Mr. Santinello said, we are very much aware that 1,800 vehicles, if we shut that street, is going someplace. And we do not have anything before us to start to talk about that problem. And that's a fairly large amount of traffic, even if it's 1,700, to suddenly dump on an artery, and we can't get any idea where it's going to go after that. That's the weakness I see here. It's not the temporary closure, all that stuff. Obviously, 6 months, I think, is too long a period of time. We're going to know within a week where this traffic's going. We're likely going to know within 2 days where this traffic's going, because it's going to be an instant impact. And we don't have that answer, and I guess that's bothering me a little bit, trying to analyze this, because we're going to walk right into a problem and get slapped right in the face with it. Because 1,800 vehicles that next morning is going someplace else other than down Quinnipiac. 1,700, I guess. They figure 100 for local traffic.
It's half, you're half of that, because you're going one way,
Right.
that's total.
Right.
So half would be going in the morning and the other half
Right.
in the afternoon.
But that's a lot of traffic
But
that's
it's-
going to go someplace.
But I think the point is, and the reason why I think the statistic about compared to the traffic that's westbound of Wolf Swamp, it's a third. It's 35%. And so even though it's an increase of a large number of cars, from a percent, it's already, it's not like a 100-fold increase on Frank Smith Road and Wolf Swamp Road. It's, comparatively speaking, it's not like a giant, overwhelming slug of traffic. It's already comparable to the volume that's on there now.
No, not really. It's going to be, at that intersection of Wolf Swamp is where it's going to be the impact. The traffic is on the other end of the arteries, but they're already back up to speed. It's told that stop with that flashing light and get ready to go. I don't know, I go across that intersection now, sometimes I hold my breath, because people don't like to honor that light too well. I can't imagine what it's going to do when we start getting traffic jammed back. Anyway, any other questions on the board to talk about? Okay.
Richard, I don't have any more questions, just a comment. I'm not convinced that the first solution is closure. You know, it sounds like we've studied it and done a great job studying it, and our first approach is the ultimate approach, which is temporary closure. And I hadn't seen us try things that we said, we tried this, it didn't work, we tried that, it didn't work, and therefore, we're going to something a little bit more severe, more precedent setting, and that's my problem with this issue. I still don't understand, and I appreciate, Alex, your comments about, we're not allowed to lower the speed limit, we're not allowed to put up signs, no through traffic. Speed bumps nobody likes, but there's reverse speed bumps where you put dips in the road that don't affect the snow plows, that'll, as I said, it doesn't appear that we've tried anything to mitigate the traffic, something that's less severe to the overall town, certainly less precedent setting, and we can say to anybody in any neighborhood, fine, you want to, you don't like the traffic, we can put in a, whatever it is on your street as well, lowering the speed limit or whatever. I'd much rather see us, for the kind of work we're talking about doing here, try something that's less, that's less definitive and indicates that we've tried interim solutions. And so for that reason, until we've tried that and found out it's not working, I don't think we've tried at all.
Right?
I'm sorry.
I think the question is whether, and we keep saying that a speed bump is a solution. And if we're talking about saving resources, what the cost of that speed bump is, and I don't know if it is a solution. And so I don't think we can line these up as equal. The way I look at it is we have our professionals, the traffic committee spent a lot of time with it, DPW, our engineer, and they've come up, they've looked at the problem, and they said they believe this is the best solution. And I think they're taking a cautious approach because they're saying we are going to do this for a short period of time because we don't know what's going to happen to that intersection with the light. And that's where the real problem is. So I believe that we should follow what this very careful, data-driven report has followed through, and they say this, they feel, is an important part. To go back and say, well, we feel this is going to be a solution, this is another possible solution, I don't think that we're qualified to say that speed bumps and putting down that is what's really going to do. Calming traffic. There are a lot of terms, we're talking about traffic reports and engineers. And going through the whole thing with MGM, I realize these are very complex reports. They're complex problems, and I believe in that. I'm really impressed with the report that's done, and I want to follow through what they're recommending. So I'm going to be supporting the solution that they feel will come about, which is the closure.
That's not a solution.
Yes, they have decided.
It's not a solution, that's just something they want to try. You have to understand, it's not a.
It's a recommendation.
Yeah, it's a recommendation at this point.
There's no, your point is well taken, Richard. There's no solution to traffic problems. It just goes someplace else.
Right. And that traffic looks like it's going from point A to point B.
Yeah. Make gas $10 a gallon. That's a
Yeah,
solution
it
to the
could do
traffic.
it. But that's going point A to point B. They're
Yeah.
going to go there some way.
Yeah.
Anyway, we just received this issue very recently we just got it, Thursday. And we have not had a lot of time to think about this either, folks. That's why we're talking about it tonight. I understand some of you all might want to come up and address the board on this issue.
I think I'll speak, feel free to go up, but I'll speak. I think we.
Here, would you please take the...
Name and address.
Name and address, please.
Noah Rosen, 19 Winnetuck Road. I think I'll speak, but feel free to come up. We understand it's a problem. We're not going to sit here and beat the horse and tell you how bad it is. We live there. It's worse than what's conveyed, clearly. If you don't mind, I'd love to address some of your questions, if that's okay. I've done a significant amount of research, a significant amount of studying on this. Richard, like yourself, I love numbers, I love data. I'm a securities analyst, so I don't just look at 2 hours of data or 2 years of information or 2 minutes of information. It is usually a 3, 5, or 7 to 10 year, 15-year time period. So I think you have to look at that first and foremost. So yeah, maybe 2 hours, but most people are at work between 9 and 11 nowadays. Then maybe in the 90s it was a different world. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
I
either.
was still a lot younger in 92 you were saying? 93?
97.
97.
Older than you thought.
Paul, I'd love to address your question about Burbank and the stop sign. we are kind of on the outskirts of Long Meadow. We're not in the middle of the community, so the people that drive through our street are not necessarily the parents picking their kids up from school or other residents and neighbors, right? It's not the guy in Yarmouth that cuts through our street to go to Twin Hills and play golf that really concerns most of us, because they're going to have respect for the area and the neighborhood and our kids. I have a very young family. The street's turning over. There's a lot of young families moving into the street. And the cars that drive up and down our street could care less that I'm trying to cross from my driveway to the sidewalk with my child. Or I just had back surgery. I was using a walker for 2 weeks to walk around. Had to walk up and down as part of my recovery. I stood at the end of my driveway. No one stopped for me. I had a walker. No one stopped for me. I would go check my mail. No, they just don't care. There's increased traffic. The numbers are high now. The highest number, if you see your reports.
I just want you to understand, that my reason for bringing that up is that the residents wanted the stop sign. It was the police department that said it would cause more accidents. That's what I was bringing up. It wasn't, the board never voted on it other than to take it under consideration, I think it was at that time. So it was nothing that we voted.
My apologies.
No, but that was my point. It wasn't that, if the stop sign wasn't the solution, it's what the residents wanted, again, because they felt similar to what you guys are going through, a little bit different, because it was more of a crossing kids to school type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's going to be, the numbers are high. The highest number, I think, is over 950 for one day. That's during the week. And during the weekends, it's around 1,500, the cars. So averages out to around 1,850 if you take those two over the 12-day period. You have to take out the first day and the last day because clearly it's not a full day of traffic. So you use the volume in the 12 days given, not the 14. They're building the college at Bay Path. I believe Paul, one of our neighbors, there's going to be over 200 students on top of faculty. So you're going to add all that in. I'm sure that they'll be cutting through. They're advertising in billboards in Hartford, so not all of the students are going to be coming from East Long Meadow or Long Meadow. They're going to be coming from all over, potentially using our street. They're also building homes or condos right over the Long Meadow Enfield line by Iron Chef over there. So that's going to add, right? Those people are going to go to the grocery store in East Long Meadow or go into East Long Meadow for whatever reason. That's going to add to the volume. So there's just outside factors that we've looked at and studied and thought about. That is to everyone's point, not just to yourself. Mark, you had asked about traffic calming, and we certainly looked at cost as a huge part of this. And speed bumps would actually cost more than putting in the Jersey barriers for a temporary closure, or even a permanent closure you can do, I think very cheaply. We discussed, you can just put a curb up, and we can landscape it and put some mulch down and make it look pretty community project. Speed bumps are expensive, and they would probably not withstand the plows, so you'd have to be replacing them constantly. They're also loud, as Stephen mentioned, so we're going to be in our homes at 10, 11 o'clock at night, and 5% of the cars, by the way, are above a class 3 or 4 vehicle, so above your standard Suburban. They're bigger than that. They're either towing a trailer or they're 18-wheelers. 1% of the cars, close to 1%, I think it was 6 and some change, are 18-wheelers, tractor trailers. So they're using that road as well to go to the distribution centers that are over in East Long Meadow, like American Saw and other places. So those trucks going over a speed bump going to be pretty loud. And as Steve's point, it may not stop them. It might just cut the numbers in half. So we did look at that, and we looked at a chicane, if you guys are familiar with a chicane, to make the traffic go like this. Very expensive and to put in and not 100% accurate. We don't know what the effect would that be. Maybe volume goes to 100. Someone asked, what's an appropriate volume? I think that was you. Mm-hmm. In the Long Meadow Town Planning Board bylaws, you'll see street minors and street majors. You'll find the number in there, 400. Cars is for over 400 is a street major. So, and then it says street minors would be 400 and less for cul-de-sacs, dead ends, and community residential streets. I have the exact page I can tell you after.
If you could.
Yeah. The snowplow. Mark, you had a couple other questions. The speed wasn't an issue. I think speed is an issue. If you look at the report, the 85th percentile, 85th percentile is calculated by, let's use up 100. You take the first 85 cars, you put them in descending order, and the 85th car is now becoming your 85th percentile. That number is the speed. So if you take the chart that you have, I don't know, there's thousands of cars, strip out the first 100, which are probably us going very slow It's our street. The mailman, UPS guy, landscapers going slow if they're doing work on our street. Strip out the first 100 to be safe, and I guarantee your median speed is a lot higher than 32.7 or 33. You're probably closer to 40 miles an hour. So that's just, speed is an issue. Your point about the speed law, it is in the state bylaws. You guys abide by Chapter 41 and 40A. For the Select Board, you can find all your information in there. The streets per width, it says, the state says if your street is between X width and Y width and X long and Y long, this is the number that you should abide within. So that's where I think Steve was making that comment. Marie, you're an advocate, so I don't really have much. Just one thing. So we talked about the number of cars, and 50% of those cars, well, 100% of the cars coming westbound in the morning would instantly know that that road is closed because they would see huge barriers or a closed road right there. So they would just keep driving by. Oh, I can't take a left here. So you automatically eliminate 50% day one because they all drive that way. Eastbound traffic and westbound traffic are almost identical. So call it 1,000 and 1,000 for easy numbers. 1,000 cars in the morning are going to say, you know what? I can't go down here, which means if I can't go down here in the morning, I certainly can't come back this way at night. So I don't think the problem with that is going to be as significant as everyone might think, because they're not all coming from the eastbound to head west. So they don't, the flashing lights and the signs. They're going to see them when they, at first glance, early on in the morning. So I think that is a point that I definitely wanted to make.
Yeah, and if I can.
Yeah.
Sorry, but to that point, Richard, they're not additional cars on the road, they're just additional cars at that intersection.
Mhm.
And so I wanted, I don't know if it was clear, it's
It's
not.
only on the road,
It's only,
too.
the people who are gonna see the uptick are the people between Quinnetuck and the stop sign on both sides.
So noted,
Right.
yeah,
And-
and that's true.
I have two more points.
Mhm.
One, both to you, Richard. One, the people in Wolf Swamp bought the house with a bright yellow line down the middle of the road.
Mhm.
If I buy a house on a street with a yellow line down the middle of the road, double yellow line, not a single, I would assume that the traffic is probably significant and the speed is probably around 35 miles an hour. We don't have a yellow line.
Did you notice a paint truck on the end of your street tonight? I'm kidding.
Is it Heartline? 'Cause
Light
he's a
here.
close friend of mine. I can tell him to,
Yeah, we actually do that on Green Acre.
yeah, so.
It didn't work out well.
Last of the week.
Pardon?
Last of
But the
week.
width of our street won't.
Right.
Reduce traffic.
It can't have a double yellow
Right.
line because the width is too narrow.
Right.
And then we strongly think as a community that a lot of the cars coming from Summers and East Long Meadow will continue down Shaker Road to the prisons and go down to by the mall and go that way. Because a lot of the cars are from Connecticut, from East Long Meadow, and, well, if they fly by going with a Massachusetts plate, they're clearly not from Long Meadow. Right? So we think that a lot of those cars will go there. So it's not necessarily 100% of the volume is going to end up at the stop sign on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith. And I think that's why Steve and the committee wants to put a temporary closure. Because if the temporary closure shows that only 50% of that volume continue to use Long Meadow as a cut-through, that's a success, right? Let's close the street. If 100% go and it causes more accidents at the sign or an accident at the sign, God forbid, okay, maybe we have to reevaluate something else. Maybe we look into another measure. But if by doing this, you see that only 50% of those cars are still using Long Meadow as a cut-through, I think you have your answer right there. And there has been accidents on our street. Don't think that was mentioned. 2 people got hit. Mark and Steve Silver are both doctors and had to help them and take them to the emergency room where Mark treated them. So there has been accidents. We don't want the next accident to be one of our children or one of ourselves, so.
It's pretty clear looking at the data, though. That
I don't know what you have in front of you, so.
Well, I'm looking at the reports that you have, that if you look at Sunday data, it's commuter traffic that you've got
Yeah.
during the week. It's very, very clear. Your average on a Sunday is maybe 400 or 500 vehicles. And that's cut through traffic even for the weekends, but it's very obvious that when Monday through Friday, it swells to these 15, 17, 1,800, and that's commuter traffic.
So you're looking at one-way, just like I went back, your 200 number, and not to debate
Yeah,
it.
well, it doesn't even matter
So that
which
was
number.
one-way, that was 200 one-way. You were
Right,
looking at
right.
eastbound, so you have to look at westbound the same
Right.
time frame. So your number probably close to double.
Right.
So the significance of your two
But
numbers.
it's still
are not
commuter
much.
traffic.
Right, it's not us.
Well, it's
It's
still
not Long
commuter
Meadow.
traffic Monday through Friday.
Right.
The weekend is likely it's almost like vacation time.
They still go fast. A lot of
Well,
Connecticut
it-
plates.
The profiles say they're in, but that's not the dispute. It is clearly commuter traffic.
The weekends have over 1,200 cars a day, not one weekend day. You're looking at one-way numbers.
Right, I'm looking at one way.
So double that up. So 500, you're calling it 1,000 cars
Mhm.
on a Saturday.
Yeah, this is just one way.
Right, so you're calling 1,000 cars on a Saturday. That's a significant amount of cars for a Saturday with with a street that
But you're
has
arguing
combined
against yourself.
31
You
31
understand you're
houses.
arguing against yourself on this point.
No.
I said it's
how-
commuter traffic is your main impact, and you're trying
Oh,
to tell
right,
me it's
yes.
not.
No, it is, yes.
Okay.
I was just saying that the numbers you're looking at are one-way. You
Right.
have to double them up.
I've read it, I understand.
Okay.
So I'm looking at eastbound only.
It is commuter traffic. It's
Right.
certainly not us.
It is commuter traffic.
Yes, yes.
And it's, I don't think they're gonna go another route. I may be mistaken, we'll know when we do something, but I don't think they're gonna go another route, because they're wanting to go down that way for a reason.
Mhm.
And certainly taking a detour down Shaker Road off into Hitherland is not a good alternative, because I would rather go to the stop sign, wait a couple seconds and make my turn and go. I mean,
We don't, I
Yeah.
think we can all sit here and
But
say
you-
they're gonna
you
go this way or
underst-
that way, but the honest truth is we don't know. And that's
Right.
that's why we took this to Steve, and that's why Steve and his
Well, we
team of
do-
professionals recommending to you to close it for a
They've
period of
only-
But I
time.
think
they've
that's the debatable point. is
Yeah.
Long Meadow is the cut-through, and then Quinnetuck is the secondary cut-through.
Right, so
So
let's
when
see
you
what
cut, when you
happens.
close Quinnetuck, you still have Long Meadow as the cut, I mean, that's just.
You may not, though. They might go through that
It's-
way.
You're not saving that much time by going down Quinnetuck. And I know that people might not realize that. You're not saving
They
5
don't.
minutes.
It's,
Right.
it's more, I mean, you're not saving any time.
Right, so my
We've
my
done it.
point-
I've
right.
figured it out 100
But my point is
times.
that those people who are cutting down there, going down to the stop signs, and just, listen, I'm not voting against this, I'm not voting for it tonight,
Mhm.
because we just got this. I think there's residents on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith that have to be brought into the conversation as well, because they're gonna see the increase in traffic. And I disagree with Marie that this is the easiest solution, because the easiest solution is you always try other things, like Mr. Gold said, you put a police car there during the rush hour or something.
They've
and-
done
and- Listen, go down my street right now, and I live on Edgewood, we just had water mains put in. I've got probably 40 speed bumps on my street right now. It doesn't slow traffic down whatsoever, okay?
Right.
So I'm just telling you, I got 40 of them,
Yeah.
okay?
Thank you.
And there's Mr. Bartlett.
Steve just said that,
Mr.
and you
Bartlett's
guys
in the
argued
contro-
against it.
I didn't argue about speed bumps. So Mr. Bartlett's in the control room telling me he wants them in there permanently, okay? But I can tell you that the cars they'll come down just as fast.
Right.
And I'm on a street that's a very different dynamic than yours, where I get a lot of heavy trucks coming down my street to turn around for the light. So there's a little bit different, but I get it. I understand it. And there's my concern, though, is that we just got this, okay? You may have been discussing it. We just got this on Friday, okay? And I know it's been brought up on the radar, but not to this degree. And because I know where the traffic's going, I don't need to do a study knowing they're gonna go down Wolf Swamp and continue on Wolf Swamp, and, because you're going down Wolf Swamp to Quinnetuck to Frank Smith.
Right.
That's gonna continue, except they won't go down there. So, and unfortunately, I feel like we make a lot of decisions as a board in a rash way, and we vote on something, we just had it. I think we need to look at the other side of it and say, okay, is it going down there? And I think I said earlier, those streets are probably more designed to handle that traffic than Quinnetuck. But let's just make sure. That's all, that's what my argument's gonna be
Yeah,
today.
that's
It's not that- I'm not here to shoot it down, because, like I said, I've been down your street. I know you don't have commercial buildings on it. And I've seen the traffic, that's why I don't go down it anymore, because sometimes it's harder to get out of there than it is to save time as a cut-through. But my point is that I know where the traffic is gonna end up. I'm betting that Quinnetuck wasn't that 5-minute time saver that everybody thinks it
It's
is when they
not.
first
Yeah,
take the right or
exactly.
left onto
Yeah.
it. So I just think that we as a board need to see the flip side of it, say, okay, can that intersection handle that 1,800 more cars a day? And if the answer is yes, then I don't see it as an issue. I think that, we need to, I have, again, we have a traffic committee. As I said it in the onset, I'd like to have had the police chief here to talk to him and that type of thing as well. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you, I know where the traffic's going.
Okay.
And I don't need a study to tell me that 1,800 cars are going to end up at that intersection. I just want to make sure that we're not creating a bigger hazard for people that are trying to drop kids off at school, and I haven't had the issues that Richard's had at that intersection. People seem to pretty much stop and go in an orderly way. So I think it could probably handle it. I just want to be able to I can say to someone that, yeah, we checked into it, we know it can handle it. There's just a little semantic difference, I think, of what we're looking at here.
Okay. And I think the intersection is the point in question, because anything south of Quinnetuck Road is not the question, because that's going to remain the exact same volume. Anything south of our street is going to still have the amount of cars because they take a left on our street. They're not going down our street to take a right. So that's going to have the same impact in volume. It's just a.
Yeah, you're just in the right spot at the wrong time. You're
Right.
in the wrong spot at the right time. Right?
So, can I ask you guys, can we ask you guys, what is your plan? What do you envision? What do you see? What are next steps? What are we supposed to do? What are the processes? Because I think we've been guided here. It took us 6 months to get here. So we want to make sure it doesn't take another 6 months to get to the next level. So I'm going to ask Steve and you guys on behalf of all of us, what are our next steps tomorrow going forward?
Anybody want to talk?
You're the chairman.
Yeah, I know, I was going to
I would
say.
say, I
anybody
love
wanna
that
talk?
question, because I think it should be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Right.
Hopefully, there's some residents from, we
Okay.
notified the other houses on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith, and let them know that we're gonna be discussing a road closure at Quinnetuck,
Okay.
and let's see what they have to say, I mean, I think they deserve that as well. I mean, that's, yes, there's
I
a double
agree.
yellow line, and
Yeah.
yellow lines don't slow down traffic either, so just, I mean, but I think they deserve to be heard just as well. That would be my recommendation.
That's good, Vice Chair.
Well,
You did a great job.
let me know.
No, I want to know if anybody had a comment, because I certainly have comments. I'm never lost without a comment. You've introduced it, and we just received the package.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a lot of information we're looking at, and I think the conversation tonight has led to one thing that's come out. We want to make sure that we make the right move. There's not a person up here who's denying the fact there's a lot of traffic on Quinnetuck. And I've even echoed that myself.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of traffic going down the road, but we know that we're going to have to care for that traffic, and I think that's what we want to make sure is when we take the next step, that we've thought ahead and we don't create a nightmare out there the first morning that this is implemented. And I think we've got to pose some questions to Stephen so he can take them back to Safety Committee and get some answers so we can comfortably move forward. I think they need to do a little bit more hypothetical on where's this traffic going. I think they need to study that question a little bit more before we suddenly put the barricades up.
Richard?
What,
Right with, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, to me, this seems like a big issue. And, the questions that I had posed, I didn't feel like, like on the, exactly the mechanism for speed limits. I'm impressed that Mr. Rosen had the information, but I still feel like there's a little bit more that I'd want to know on that point. I mean, normally we don't rely upon the residents for the expertise, although actually we have so many well-informed people in town that ends up happening. And then the other thing that I really want to understand is the alternatives, which is the speed bumps, in part because I think we have other streets that, I mean, I'm acutely aware of it because my street is a cut-through. I've got small children, and it scares me to death. Yeah, and I take your point, Mr. Rose, and you're right. People who don't live around here don't care as much as people who do. I mean, I see, people that are clearly commuters racing down our street, and I'm sure they're racing down your street too. So I agree with you that speed probably is an issue. But, and I also agree with Paul that if we're going to take something, I mean, this is kind of drastic, closing a street, putting up.
It used to be a dead end, though. We're just restoring it back to its original feature.
No, and I understand. I
You
mean,
gotta remember that.
yeah.
think that was taken into
But I
account.
agree, but just on the process point is having, everybody in here so we can ask them all these questions. I think that's what I'd like to see at the next meeting, so that if we do vote for it, I mean, because I think we ought to take some action that's effective, but I'd want to be fully informed. I mean, quite frankly, when I got this in the packet, my reaction was like, oh my goodness, this is quite something to consider in 2 days, so.
80-some pages of data.
Yeah, so, actually, I think one was 177 pages of data, yeah, so. So, I mean, that's what I would like to see going forward. And I don't, and to Mr. Rosen's point, I don't think it's a 6-month process. I think it's, I think we could have some of these answers in fairly short order.
And I think a secondary thing, I cannot think of a thing that we would be asking you to supply at this point. I think the discussion is going to take place internal with our own staff and asking questions. I can't, because you've done your due diligence and you stood united in this. So I think you've done what you should have. You brought this to the attention of the select board and certainly brought it in a fairly decent fashion by getting the town manager to get the report going and all. And that's what I anticipate. I just anticipate there's going to be some discussion with some of our staff so we make sure when we take this move, it's best for the entire community, including Quinnetuck. And board comments? Stephen, you said you had one?
Well, if we want to, do you all want to compose a list of questions? I think it's clear that the fact that we've been through all this and our recommendation is fairly concise and I think clear, and I thought the backup information made the case for the recommendation clearly. I apologize for not knowing the chapter and verse of why the state controls the speed limits. So I guess I do represent the traffic committee here. I don't necessarily, because I felt like the data and the recommendation were concise and clear, it wasn't necessary to have the rest of the committee have a night away from their family to go through necessarily that level of detail, but if that is the will of the board, we can certainly arrange that.
Marie?
I don't think there's any surprise here. This board likes to get information, they like to spend some time working on it and thinking about it. I always say marinating the information, and also hearing from residents. And I think we're looking forward to hearing more from the residents, and this board likes to hear from other streets. So the fact that we're not having a vote tonight, I don't think is really saying anything about this specific issue. This board likes to spend at least 2 meetings going over something, getting further questions answered. So if you feel that you have any answers to some of the questions up here, please don't hesitate to send it to the select board members. And I'd hope that it would be on the, I know we have a really busy agenda, but if we could
Well,
get
if we
it
have to have a
soon.
special meeting, we'll have a special meeting.
Mhm.
So what's the date of that?
Our next agenda, our next regular meeting will be 2 weeks from now.
October 20th.
Thank you.
Richard, Stephen, you asked about specifics. I guess my personal gap here, as I indicated, was there's a lot of, we're the experts, we studied the alternatives, and here's what our thing is. But even every message we got in our packet said, but you're setting a precedent, and beware that you're setting a precedent, beware of the precedent. And so I don't feel that I've gotten enough information about what you've considered as an alternative and why they were rejected or considered not sufficient by the committee that looked at them. I think this precedent is a precedent. The fact that, we can back off on it doesn't mean that it's not gonna look the same as painting the yellow line down Green Acre and all the other kinds of things the select board's done and had to back off because they didn't think of it, think things through, like water rates 5 or 8 or 10 or 12 years ago, or all that other stuff. I really believe that we understand that this is a significant decision. I guess one of the questions I asked people on Quinnetuck is, what are we gonna do when residents of 40, 50, 60 or more other streets in town all want the same thing, and they get 100% of their people, because there are 50 or 60, my street's a cut-through, Richard Street's a cut-through, Paul Street, they're all cut-throughs in town. And how are we gonna, excuse me.
We have 30 houses.
Nope.
And how are we gonna deal with it? Because we're gonna end up, expending a lot of town resources, doing significant amounts of traffic studies, which have already been done on Quinnetuck. And I'm not saying that it's not necessary. I think Mr. Rosen and the rest of the residents have given a very compelling argument for doing something on Quinnetuck. The question is the ultimate solution the first solution you do? That's what I said that earlier on, and because after you've closed the road, there's, there is no traffic down that road other than local traffic because you've closed the road. And we know that'll eliminate through traffic. Question is, what else can we do so that the shortcut is not short anymore for people? That it's more painful, whether it's to the suspension of your car or because there's, police officers sitting there or whatever it is, so that over a period of a couple of weeks, people who commute through and take Quinnetuck as a shortcut recognize that I probably don't want to go this way anymore. To me, that might be something that we want to try that's a little bit less permanent and invasive and potentially impactful through the rest of the town, and yet all I've heard is close the street. That was the, and I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of thought given to it, because there was a ton. I mean, we got 177 pages of traffic reports here. This is more than we did for the MGM studies. So I get it.
My name is Stephen Silver. I live at 168 Quinnetuck. And I like to make 3 points. Point number 1, there is a configuration of the street which makes it more prone to accidents. Coming onto Quinnetuck from Wolf Swamp, there is a curve and a blind spot in the road. I had the unfortunate problem of pulling one of the nurses from Bay State off a bicycle into an ambulance. When you get a patient in the emergency room, they're sanitized. You don't have to worry about it. When you see somebody traumatized in the street, it's something you don't forget. And I'm not going to forget that moment. The other thing is, and I think it lurks in my mind, it's not only the volume of traffic, but the configuration of the street. There's a blind spot there. And people go up a hill trying to get onto the street. And with the blind spot, it's a very, very bad combination. So it's not only the volume, not only the speed, but the configuration that lends itself to accidents. And I think that point hasn't been addressed. And I think where you put the speed analysis may have been the wrong spot. It was put in a spot where people see it before they get to it. But I think it's a secondary point. The other point I wanted to make was that when, and maybe I'm wrong about this, and please feel free to correct me, when the traffic light was put in at the intersection of Frank Smith and Wolf Swamp, no one asked residents of Quinnetuck what they thought about it. And I'm not sure what reply you expect to get from the people of Wolf Swamp when you tell them there are going to be 1,800 cars. They're not going to like it. And I guess it brings me back to, how do you make a decision? What are the criteria that you use to make the right decision? And I have to tell you, I am so impressed by, no matter how this goes, the analytical thought process of how you people are considering what's good for the community as opposed to what's good for Quinnetuck. And I approach things from 2 standpoints. One, from the standpoint of people who I've handled at the hospital. When you have a problem, you have to depersonalize it. In other words, you have to decide what are the criteria that's good for Quinnetuck that may also be good for other streets. And if they're good for Quinnetuck with a certain criteria, it's safety that matters. And that's really the most important thing. What are the probabilities and likelihood of risk of somebody having an accident? And I approach this problem from 3 standpoints, or any problem, if you will. One, I always go back and say what my mother and father would say. Okay, that to me is the first criteria. The other is what my kids would say, and how would I explain this in court? In other words, if you have a known liability that's different, in other words, there's common cause variation of a problem and special cause variation. Richard, you showed a mathematical proclivity. And if you have any interest in statistics or how people think about risk, which is one of my areas of interest, it's that it's not how Wolf Swamp thinks about the risk, but what are the criteria that you use to delineate Quinnetuck as a unique street versus another street? It's not an emotional decision. You have to have specific criteria that I think we've demonstrated about how to make a decision. And then, if there's a problem, you go back and you say, did I follow these criteria? It's already been shown by Steve that there's a risk. And the question is whether you agree with that assessment or not. There's been shown to be an increased risk. If you do nothing about it, then it's a problem for everyone. So I think going forward, I think you need to use the same intellectual expertise that you utilized in this meeting to set forth the criteria about how you're going to decide whether to change things and how you go about it. What's problematic to me is the approach, not necessarily on a personal basis, but from an administrative basis, that you take action after the problem happens. In other words, what beget the stoplight at Wolf Swamp is a fatality. I mean, to me, that's logic in reverse. You know of a risk, and you take precautions to prevent it. It's sort of like waiting to build the fence around the swimming pool until there's a drowning. What I'm imploring you is that you know what the risks are. Don't wait for the drownings. Establish the criteria, because it's going to be problematic for everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss, did you want to say something?
Hi, Stacy Rosen, 19 Quinnetuck Road. As a resident of Long Meadow, we just moved here maybe a year ago. We moved here because it was a safe town to raise our child in. I know we've already addressed the fact of the traffic, the volume, the speed on the street. It's been a year, and I cannot safely walk my infant on my own street. There have been police officers on the street. They stay for 15, 20 minutes. I've seen them get people pulled over. It doesn't stop the amount of people from speeding or coming down our street. There are signs that say East Long Meadow this way that direct us to our street. So I don't think after having 85 pages of data and multiple different departments of looking at every single option, I don't think having an officer on the street for an additional half an hour a day is going to change anything. And I understand that it does impact the other streets, Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith, but I mean, when you're driving down those streets, it seems like they're designed to handle a larger volume of cars. Our street isn't. So it is personal to us because we live on the street. We are impacted on a daily basis. My child cannot safely play. I can't play with her in my own yard without feeling unsafe. So it is personal. I don't want to wait another year before something gets done. And it's my own personal opinion that I do not feel that speed bumps are going to change anything. And I just wanted to convey that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Duong Blazy from 52 Quinnetuck Road. I personally do not agree that you have to ask Frank Smith and the Wolf Swamp resident to come for the next meeting. The problem of the traffic on our street is a direct consequence when you change the traffic pattern on Wolf Swamp and you never ask us, like Mr. Steve just mentioned it. And now, when we try to solve our problem, which is a consequence, you're going to ask them. It seems unfair to me. I don't know, what do you think?
You mind if I just?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, there's a, is it Dr. Silver, Mr. Silver? Steve? Okay, Steve. Steve mentioned that, they didn't talk to you when they didn't talk to residents of Quinnetuck. Did you think that was right, that they didn't talk to residents of Quinnetuck, so that you could have voiced concerns of the potential traffic? I don't represent citizens on Quinnetuck, I represent citizens of Long Meadow, so whatever decision we're gonna make that on Quinnetuck is gonna affect those people as well. My opinion is they have a right to know. So rather than it happening, and then all of a sudden increased traffic
They
goes
should
by.
know, but
Correct, so that's what I'm talking about. We just got this information on Thursday. You guys have been working on it, as I think others have said, for a long time. What's fair is, and I understand your frustration, I told you, I've been down your street, I've used it as a cut-through, I know exactly what you're talking about. The issue is that when you make one decision, and I look at risk you're gonna make one decision, and we don't have the data points that are gonna tell us, well, what happens when you put 1,800 vehicles on that intersection every day? Nothing of that is in our packet, just so you understand. So and to answer your question of why I won't make a decision tonight, because I have one half of the story. And you didn't ask that, I know you didn't ask that, but because I have one half of the story. I don't have the other half, and that's where government, you talked about, you put up a stop sign at the four-way stop sign at Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith. Where was the select board and the police department at that point in time, before that happened? And there's a lot of things that happen in this town that are the after effects of things, okay? And that's why I think, and it gets to the point where, when you're looking at all this information, which we are and have, and you guys have presented it well, and again, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just telling you that the residents of those streets need to understand that if there's going to be a vote to close your street, they should be aware of it, because those people have kids on those streets. They want to get out of their driveways in the morning, just like you do. I mean, there's a cause and effect, and it doesn't, not that even if they complain to the utmost that they don't want it to happen, it doesn't mean that the vote would go their way.
We understand that they have the right to know, but Wolf Swamp combining with Frank Smith, I don't know how many household they have. We are only 31 household. How can we gonna tell them how?
It's not for you to tell them, that's our job.
No, I mean, how, if they object, they say they do not agree. We only have 31 boys against, I don't know how many.
And just understand, I'm not trying to pit one street against the other, but there is gonna be an issue if the road is closed, there will be an issue at that intersection. There will be. And none of that has been discussed with us as to what that ramifications of 1,800 cars at that intersection has been. And that's why I would want the police chief here and the engineer here to ask them those questions of how that road is gonna, to answer the town manager. That's why I wanted him here. Because being able to ask the experts, and although he does represent the traffic committee, as a select board member, I have every right to ask the other members of the traffic committee how they came up with their analysis. So it's not an issue of, I don't think this is a Quinnetuck issue in the sense of why I would want to bring it back at the next meeting. I just think that, just like you guys should have been informed when they put up a four-way stop on Quinnetuck, well, whoever was there should have been informed, the residents should have been informed, that because of the implications of what that would have meant for your street, I think those people need to know too. And I don't think there's anything that, even if you put speed bumps on, and let's say they did work, there's still going to be an increase of traffic on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith. They still should need to know that. So even if it's not the road closure and it's some other measure that directs the traffic, those folks have a right to know that, hey, beware, it's going to happen. It doesn't mean that stops it, whatever the solution is, because there's obviously an identifiable problem that needs some resolution.
I understand.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that at, what level they're going to get involved to the point that, they could stop us or.
I understand your concern, and that's not why I would want to do that.
Yeah,
Just so
okay.
you understand, it really
Okay.
isn't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one more question. You mentioned I'm sorry. You mentioned not having the data to know what's going to happen at the intersection if they were to close our road. But how would you get the data if you're not going to close our road to find out?
No, if I can answer that, what the town manager said is we need to do a temporary closing to discuss, and to find out what would happen, where those cars are going to go.
But we need another meeting to find out.
No, I'm just telling you, I know
Temporary
where the other cars are going to go. They're going to go down to the intersection.
But without a test, how would we find out?
I'm not talking about that other, that's not what I was suggesting.
No, I'm just wondering how we are going to find out where the cars are going to go if we don't temporarily close our street.
What I asked for was, that's why I asked for the other members of the traffic committee to be here, so I could ask them those questions of where the anticipated traffic was going to go and where our police department was how they were going to handle it if it became a problem. Those would have been the questions I would have asked.
Okay.
Okay, we know where it's going to go. You guys are the second cut-through of the cut-through. The Long Meadow's the cut-through. So the majority of that, if not all of it, but the majority of that traffic is going to go down to that intersection. That's all I'm saying.
I got one select board member.
You go right ahead. Yeah, no, I
You
see.
had a very interesting statement, which I'd like to follow up on. In fact, I'll drive by and see, and that is, the arrow and how to get to East Long Meadow.
Yes.
Placement of that sign should be very interesting and could be affecting a lot of that. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Do you know what sign I'm referring to?
No, I'll look at, but I
Well, I
probably
wrote
don't
the
even
same
notice
note
it.
down too, because I wanted to go see that sign.
So if you're heading
I know what
towards-
you're talking
you do,
about.
okay.
Because I bike down there, and it's to prevent people from going into the cul-de-sac.
Exactly, right. But instead, it's telling everybody, if you want to get to East Long Meadow, you go this way,
Right.
and then you go right through our street.
To your point,
At the end of Maple, maybe.
Paul,
Yeah.
I don't think you guys know, I'm sure you're all very smart, but to say you know where it's going to go is false, because the town of Long Meadow has decreased, the population since the last traffic study has decreased by over 2,000 people. The town has decreased in population. However, the cars have gone up tenfold, 20-fold since then. So to say they're all going to go there, you know, the town
You're
population's
making an
down.
assumption they'll go someplace else. I'm making an assumption they're going
Right.
down the traffic.
That's all I want to say.
No, I
The
understand
population's
that.
down from the last study.
Yeah.
That's, I think that needs to be noted
But
somewhere.
I mean, there's going to be an impact somewhere else in town. And that's what my point is that there is going to be an impact. And I hope you folks understand that what I'm saying is that to make a decision tonight, when you had data for 2 days that doesn't go to that next level, two of the other people on the traffic committee aren't here for us to ask questions. As a member of this board, the people you're asking to make the decision can't ask those folks questions because they're not here. And it's so, from my point, the vote for me, I wouldn't vote for it tonight. I wouldn't vote against it, but I wouldn't vote for it. I'm just telling you that I need more information that I like to see. And that's all I'm saying. And I have a perception of where that traffic is going. And if the traffic committee's gonna tell me, oh, no, it's not gonna head that way, we think it would head this way, that's why we think it's acceptable road closure, that's what I like to hear. I just don't think that the assumption of saying that the traffic is, we're gonna need to study it for 6 months isn't necessarily gonna be the right answer. Because I think common sense will tell us that if they're cutting through Long Meadow and they're cutting through Quinnipiac, they're gonna still continue to cut through Long Meadow because it's shorter than where they were gonna go. That's all I'm saying.
Hi, my name is Hisung Moon from the 140 Quantum Road. Okay, so I just want to make 3 points. Okay, first one, okay, I used to be engineer. When I design something, okay, design requirement is let's say 100 per day. Okay, I designed the system with some a barrier. Okay, maybe 150%. So I designed for that 150 inputs. Okay, if I remember correctly, so Steven mentioned, I don't think, Quantitic Road is major road, okay? So it probably designed for the 400 traffic per day. Now, we see the 1,800 car. It's more than 400% than what system is designed. So we obviously have some problem, design issue, okay? That's Steve tried to fix. I just want to make sure. Speed, probably some jerk or some guys go to 60 miles, 70 miles, but speed is not a problem. Priority is the, traffic volume. So we as Quantitic Road residents, we ask selective board, what is the solution to reduce that volume? That's the first priority. And then I think Steve did to the good analysis, right, to bring the recommendation. But for second point is, I kind of agree, it's a big decision. Today I come here, I don't expect you guys, both. So probably you need more, data points, more analysis, okay? So second thing I want to suggest, let's say, so there is 1,800 cars, right? So worst scenario, all those 1,800 cars goes to the Wolf Swamp cross section, and then we have two-way, right, from the east, from the west, so divided by 2, 900. Let's have Steve do the analysis whether those cross section can take 900 more cars per day. Each section, two direction, 1,800. But that's the worst scenario. I think probably Wolf Swamp is the major road. It can take that one, but I don't think a stop sign is the good enough. Maybe we need to put some okay, signals there, right? I'm just suggesting that's the second thing. And the third thing is, okay, well, you just mentioned, okay, we're gonna review at the regular meeting in 2 weeks. Well, what I'm asking is, what is the specific action item before, okay, that next meeting? And what is the specific, okay, timeline when you make the decision? So if you can provide those two things, it would be very appreciated.
Want me to answer this one?
You're the chair.
Okay, we can't give you specifics. We're going to do the research, we're going to get questions in, we're going to get the answers, and we're going to make a decision.
But
And-
at least,
and
okay,
we're gonna
some
have it
time
on-
period, okay, you can provide. We don't want to wait until next year's same time
We won't be
frame.
waiting until next year. It's on our
Yeah.
agenda for next meeting.
Okay.
And I have full expectations that we will vote at that meeting unless something out of the ordinary comes up. And I think you'll agree if something out of the ordinary comes up. I don't think there'll be general disagreement.
Yeah.
The onus is on us now to get our fact-finding done and get the answers that we need and get the people before us that can answer the questions, the concerns that we have. We've heard your concerns, and you've done a good job at expressing those concerns, but we have concerns
Oh,
now
yeah.
that we must go to some of our
Yeah.
staff.
I don't want to, okay, rush those, okay, decision. I just want to have, okay, at least, okay, in 2 months or in 3 months, we will make decision. At least we have to have a final deadline, then we will work. But usually, okay, no deadline, no ownership, nothing happens. That's what I suggest.
And I would imagine you'll see a decision forthcoming.
Okay, thank you.
I would anticipate.
For the record too, I think the resident has a good point about the specific question. I mean, the questions that I have, and if it's not been clear, is I want to better understand speed bumps. I want to better understand speed limits, stops. I mean, the things, you know, these obvious points that Mark brought up. And to understand the feasibility, the expensiveness of, the expense of it. I mean, I don't want to hear just, it's too expensive, or, you know, we don't really know. So that's what I'm looking for.
So Alex, with all respect, okay, for the speed bump, I don't think a speed bump is the solution. Paul just, okay, proved that, right? Their road has a 40, but it never reduced the speed, okay? I don't know, okay, how that speed bump, okay, reduce the volume. Well, speed bump, okay, can reduce the speed, but I don't think those cut through, okay? People still, okay, well, assume Quantital Road is a shortcut, okay? If all people are, okay, like Paul, okay, reasonable person, okay, I wouldn't take that road as a, okay, shortcut, but 1,800 cars took that one as a shortcut without whatever reason, okay? No, so based on that, even we put, okay, 100 speed bump, still they can take it.
I agree, but it's sort of a matter of deterrence, right?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming these commuters, they don't have anything out for you personally, right? I mean, they're just following their own self-interest,
Oh,
right?
yes.
So maybe a few of them have something personal. So if you make it just a little bit less attractive,
Yeah.
I would logically, you know, it at least could have an impact. All I'm saying is I want to understand that better, that's all.
Well-
And maybe shutting it is exactly the thing to do.
Well,
So-
just asking, well, okay, so 2 times of, okay, volume is probably we have some time to, okay, spend time to the more paralysis, but 4 times of, okay, volume of what it is designed for, I think that's significant, okay?
Sure.
We don't, well, who knows, something happens tomorrow. But that's why here, okay, we try to avoid those things. And even, okay, select board agree, okay, there is same issue there.
I think you know that we've heard that there's an issue, or we would have already voted to deny it. Okay? I think we're going out and get more, we're going to do our due diligence,
Yeah.
and I think you've got to give us a little bit of time.
Yeah. And then another point, okay, my last one.
You said
Okay.
3, now that's 4.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, just, I just want to address your concern, okay?
Okay.
How we distinguish with, okay, Quantital Road and the other roads.
Mhm.
that 1,800 numbers, okay, is the proof, okay? If the other road has a 1,800, okay, which is 4 times more than what it designed, but this road should be addressed at the same manner, okay? I don't want to, okay, that other road has the same amount of volume of traffic like Quantico Road. So that's my last point.
Thank you, sir. Was there anybody else that would like to address the board on this issue from the audience? Oh, excuse me, Marie, go ahead.
I wanted to say I really appreciate the analysis you did on it being a design issue. And we're talking about volume, and we're not talking about speed, and how we're going to solve the design issue. And actually, I forget the gentleman who also talked about, we're talking about a curve and the safety issue, and again, that's the design of the road. So you were talking about standards, and I know that's very important to this board, on how a road can handle certain volumes. And then you talked about the specifics and how Quinnipiac is not just like any road that's supposed to be taking 400 cars a day. So I think those were really 2 important points that I'm going to be considering when I develop it, but I loved especially your analysis of how we solve the problem and look to come to a decision on safety and design. So thank you for both those.
I think my fellow Josh Mara, 205 Quinnipiac Road. I'm the last house. I also border Wolf Swamp, so I'm the house where they put the snow removal. Just the design. I think my fellow resident, there is a blind spot. It is a lot of cars, and I don't want to focus on the speed, but on that turn, I can't even back out of my house because people zoom down. You can't see. So if to get into my own house, I have to go up Frank Smith to come down Quinnipiac. I can't make that turn. My wife and I can't make that turn because that left, people can't see, so you'll come right in, and it's crazy. So I just wanted to focus on the design. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, folks? Frank, are you going to address this issue?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Got Richard coming up, too.
Mrs. Proctor, visitor comes.
Yeah.
No.
As a resident of Rich Delia, 608 Frank Smith Road.
Thank you, Richard.
As a resident of Frank Smith Road, there's so much traffic there now, another few hundred cars coming down. And second, I'd like to know how if the street was closed, how was that determination made at the time they opened it up? Just in your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We'll take that as one resident off.
There you go.
He's on the side that's not getting the cars.
He's on the side. It's on the good side. Okay, folks, so what we had said, we appreciate you coming forth, and all the information's been exchanged. We're going to put it on the agenda from 2 weeks from now, and I can assure you that we're going to be asking a lot of questions and getting some answers from our side of our side. If you have any additional questions or statements you'd like to make, all of the email addresses for every select board member is on the website. Feel free to use their addresses to send correspondence.
I just want to give you guys the petitions.
Okay.
So
We've
you
got.
Actually, I think we have copies.
We've got electronic copies.
Yeah.
Well, this one, it's not accurate because we have a new resident who wasn't there before.
Okay.
I want to make
Sure.
a poll.
I also want to say thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Send me an email. Okay.
Anything you want to know, I can recite every
My
chapter.
email's on when I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Richard?
Yeah.
Well, before we leave this, can I make one other comment?
Yeah.
Just in terms of the information.
Folks?
Okay. I want to see if,
select
I
board
want to
member
see
wants to
if, one of the things that I'd be interested in knowing, I'm waiting for Stephen to, is what information we have on existing traffic on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith.
Okay.
I mean, if the answer is none, then we'll have
Well,
to-
we have some because,
Well-
again, we did it, we did the comparative analysis of the existing traffic. I mean,
No, I understand, but at that intersection, I mean, like,
Okay.
how many are going through right now?
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to stay till midnight with us.
Please do.
Yeah, please do. But thank you for coming in. Okay, now we're going to slip back,
Mark, can we, there's no chance to talk to the town manager about this anymore?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to know what we're gonna do, ask the town manager for.
Well, I've
Right.
raised some specific points. I just asked about the traffic counts to the extent we have them. On Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith, you know, you raise alternatives. I think that's what we have to look at as well. And, I don't know.
Right, so I want to make sure when we come back here in 2 weeks, somebody's here to talk about I mean, Stephen, I heard you say, we can't do this, and we can't do that, but, you know, the question is, in my mind, what can we do? I mean, again, putting up signs. I see throughout Massachusetts, closed to through trucks, no through trucks, to say we can't put that up, they're all over the state. Can we do that? Can we put up signage that says East Long Meadow, and we point the way to the intersection rather than down, we focused on the things, we've been told what we can't do, we've been told what we ought to do, which is close the road, but there's gotta be some things, and to me, if we've really been working on this, and this is the first I've seen it of this, for a long, long period of time, for us to hear about this for the first time with no interim activities by the town that we're able to take, really has left us with next meeting, we've got to decide yes or no on things that I don't believe I've gotten I started out that way. Where are we with why, if, at this point, for me to go back and say to the residents, we'd like to try signage, they're going to say, you're just stalling, we've been at this for a year. But we could have been at this, 6 months and tried signage and still been here for a year. We could have tried the no-through trucks, and you're shaking your head saying, it won't work, but unless you try it, you don't know it won't work. And I just think that a road closure is such a drastic step. It's been, and that word's been used by several, yourself included, that to say nothing else will work until you try other things, you don't know it. But at this point, we've got every resident on the street backing the select board up to the wall, saying, close my road, or don't close my road. Those are the only two options we've got.
That's not at all what the situation is, Mark.
But that's the perception I have.
That may be your perception, but that is not at all where we sit with this.
Well, I guess then we need to know what have we tried.
The thing that's frustrating for me, Mark, and the rest of the board, is that unless you can ask them directly, somehow all of the information and all of the discussions of the traffic committee filtering up into this clear recommendation is meaningless if you don't get to cross-examine them directly.
That wasn't what I just said, though.
That certainly that was my perception of it.
Okay,
And the bottom line is, we could go, if we want to have the town engineer here and the police chief and director of public works, that's fine. But they don't.
Go ahead.
We went through all of that, and I am so sorry.
So we tried things that didn't work?
No, we didn't try things. We analyzed different alternatives. And traffic, it isn't like a controlled laboratory environment where you can kind of mess with stuff. It's traffic patterns, and you have to do something. You can't just go and throw up a stop sign and take it down the next week. I mean, it's not how it works. It takes a lot of planning and a lot of preparation to do these things, and that's why you can't just try stuff, throw down a speed bump, tear. I mean, there's a lot of financial costs associated with that too. So we go through and we analyze what we think is the best approach based on everything that the paid professionals who do this every day for a living know, which is not the board. And we go through all of this. We understand.
What are you talking about, paid professionals? Who are you referring to?
Our town engineer, our director of public works, our police chief, and myself.
Okay, and.
So can I finish my point, please?
Yeah, I was just asking a question, because you threw that up like there was something we'd missed, and I was questioning.
Well, what seems to have been missed is the fact that all of that has taken place, and I heard Paul say, well, the questions I would have asked were this, and I would have asked, well, why don't you just ask me?
Well,
I
you-
was, I
you
was
said you
there.
have no traffic information on Wolf Swamp. I want to know how Yem came up with the numbers and why he didn't analyze the two
Why do
most
you need to
important
know that?
intersections.
Why do you need to know that?
Because I have other people to answer to in town, not just folks on
Him-
Quinnetuck.
So the town engineer doing all that information and making the recommendation, and the traffic committee doing all that, isn't satisfactory.
No, because here's what I'll tell you, because you do not have the impact, the potential impact to that intersection, then you failed in your analysis. And if you want to represent the traffic committee, then take the failure, because you didn't present us with what's the option of when you block that road off, we know where 1,800 cars are going to go. But you
But,
didn't
we
come
don't,
back.
Paul, we don't. We looked at that, and I think,
No,
I think that, we do think that there is a possibility that the outer loop that we talked about, Shaker Road, going around that way, may be an alternative. It may be people just take a different route. We don't know. It's not, we did look at that. It's not, certain alternative pathways are clear when if 91 is blocked, they're coming Route 5. That is a clear alternative pathway, okay? There is no clear alternative pathway to this that we could see, and we did spend time, we had the Google Earth and looked at the maps and did everything. If it were, we would have done that analysis. If we felt like if we close the street, it'll resolve the problem and it won't create a traffic problem someplace else, we would have said we should go for planning board and do a permanent closure. That is the whole reason why this is recommended as a temporary closure, to measure it, because it is not predictable, and our analysis is only as good as our assumptions, and the best way to figure it out is to try on a trial basis, but not on like a 1 week, let's try a bunch of different stuff. And that's the part that's frustrating for me. All these questions that got raised were addressed. You just didn't ask me directly about them. You just assumed that it hadn't been done because you weren't a part of the conversation. And I honestly thought, I foolishly thought that if we give you, over 300 pages of data and several reports, and I've been reporting on this in my manager's reports for months, if we show you that we've taken this very seriously, we understand the serious nature of closing a street, and then we even look ahead to say, let's address the precedent issue before it gets raised by the board, I stupidly thought that information would be satisfactory for the board to make a decision.
Okay, stop right there. Let's keep the conversation appropriate for the room, please.
But also, let's be honest, that a temporary road closure is not temporary, because you're not going to be back here in 6 months taking barrels down and making Quinnetuck a two-way street again. You're just not going to. So the temporary road closure is permanent. I mean, that's what the board needs to understand, and I think that's what you're missing. It's not temporary. You're not going to come back and say, oh, that intersection's so bad, because you're going to have all the residents of Quinnetuck out here again saying, we have 1,800 cars, now they're going to come down our street again. It is a political decision to close the road, because it's not going to be unclosed, it's not going to be reopened, okay?
I don't necessarily, in all sincerity, I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I know for sure that's not how we approach this.
Well, I'm just telling you what the realities are. It's not going to be reopened in 6 months.
But in 6 months, if the traffic volume has gone down substantially on Quinnetuck, the residents are happier, feel safer, and no additional traffic safety condition, negative traffic safety condition was created by it, then you're right, keep it closed permanently. If after 6 months we discover, oh, by the way, we created a much more hazardous thing, then it will be reopened. That's the whole point of doing it temporarily.
It's not going to stay closed 6 months, though. That's too long. That's ridiculous amount of time. It's impossible to leave it shut for 6 months. If it's going to take you that long, we need to get some people in here and make a decision quicker. The point you're missing, and the point that's been asked, and it's been repeatedly asked, is what the impact on Wolf Swamp. And you've got your people that have talked about what they have supplied us is 70 or 80 sheets of traffic data, count data, but not the analysis work. And I read through everything this afternoon. I looked at every single sheet. And traffic engineers should be able to predict impacts the way it is now on that Wolf Swamp. And I'm talking about staging time. How much stacking time are we talking about? And can it tolerate it? And I think that's the point that's been asked, is what is the real impact? And I think Yem can certainly do it, or Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. They can look at the traffic flow, because you folks, I don't think that traffic's going any other place than where it's going today. It's going to East Long Meadow, or it's going to Route 5 or whatever. That traffic is not going to stop going because we shut Quinnetuck. It's going to that intersection. Yes, Marie.
I sort of disagree with that, and that traffic is very strange. And once people are starting to go through an intersection, a four-way intersection, that they absolutely hate doing it, they might change their routes. And I would be interested to see 3 or 6 months, I don't care, I'll just let the safety committee decide how long is that traffic
No,
really going to move?
The board is
But
going to
I'm-
decide
what
how
I'm-
long to shut the road,
Okay.
not a
Oh.
safety committee.
Okay, and the issue, what I would be interested in knowing, and I think someone had asked that, is if we're really looking at 900 more cars, are we looking at that we'll have to make that into a real light, rather than just the four-way stop?
And
So
thank
I'm
you
not
for
sure
ask-
when the
thank you for asking that,
when the
Marie.
tipping point is in the traffic, that we would have to consider that, because that would be part of the pieces of the puzzle. But the one thing I don't agree with is that they're all going to end up at that intersection. People are cutting through because they hate four-way stops, and I'd be interested to see if we
But
do
they're going
have
from
a flow.
point A to point B, Marie.
Yeah, but there's other
They
ways
were-
of getting
They
there.
were going that
But
way
neither
before.
point A nor point B are in Long Meadow.
Yeah.
And
That's
that's the
right.
point.
That's right, but that's the direction
Quinnipiac
they're
doesn't
going.
save that much time that
No.
people are cutting down their side.
Counterintuitively, Paul, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It may not save that much time, but people may do it because they perceive it does, because it's moving faster. Again, first of all, we did ask the question, and we think the intersection is designed to handle it. Right now, I haven't noticed excessive queuing anytime I've been to that
Right.
intersection. So the intersection is below capacity today. So we already know that it can handle probably a substantial amount of traffic. To be honest with you, we've been trying to do the deeper level of analysis on the precedent question, on the volume on the problem at Quinnipiac. And like I said, there's no clear pathway that they're all gonna, we all have some doubt as to whether they're all gonna end up there, and that's why I thought, close it temporarily, see what happens, and if it does end up, we have this issue, then reopen it or keep it closed permanently. That is sincerely why I recommend temporary closure.
I think worst case scenario, you better plan on all those same vehicles going to that intersection, because that's what you want to plan for.
But that's where they belong, they don't belong on Quinnipiac Road.
We're not disputing that. But I say the planners should plan on that traffic going to Wolf Swamp and.
That's fine, and we're gonna measure those impacts, and if it hits the warrants for a traffic light, then.
Right, and
then we'll go through
that's
that
what we're
process.
asking.
Right.
To know, and make an intelligent decision, because I'm sorry, we got discussion going here. We told these people, we understand that many vehicles down that street's not appropriate. There's no disputing that. We know by looking at the traffic counts, it is commuter traffic. It's not weekend joyriders, it's commuter traffic that's roaring down through there. That's why, Marie, I think that commuter traffic's still gonna come down to Frank's with a little bit of delay, and they're gonna go on through. Because there's no shorter way to get from there to East Long Meadow than there is down that road. That's the closest way.
I mean, the bottom line is, I guess that, I thought we were dialoguing.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought Richard and I were in a dialogue.
We were. He just said, Richard, I get
Well, I was-
home my ear.
So, I think the point is, we did not spend a lot of time looking at that intersection, because that is where the traffic belongs.
Mhm.
What we focused on was, are there other side streets that are going to take the hit of this traffic?
Right.
That was our focus.
Right.
Okay? There doesn't appear to be.
No, there does not appear to be.
But whether or not the intersection can handle the traffic to some extent is really a secondary consideration, because we know that the traffic does not belong on Quinnipiac. It should be at that intersection.
Right.
And so it's, what other side streets would this traffic end up on? And that's where, you look at something like Ellington. If you closed Ellington.
No, we're mixing apples
No,
and
but I'm
oranges.
saying,
Stay over in
I'm
Quinnipiac.
trying to share the analysis we went through.
Mhm.
If we close Ellington, they'll end up downstream.
Mhm.
Westmoreland, Farmington, Greenacre.
Well, Farmington, they're on right now, because
Right.
it goes all
But-
the way
but
on through the
those
Burbank.
numbers are all gonna climb, because it's kind of a
Right.
shared burden amongst
Right.
all those streets.
But this is a main artery here. This is
But
point A to point B.
Quinnipiac is the only side street that
Correct.
absorbs the cut-through burden. All the other ones share it.
Correct.
That's what makes this unique, and that's why it really isn't, are there gonna be unreasonable backups at that four-way stop sign? It's, are side streets that aren't currently being used as a cut-through gonna be used as a cut-through? Because, Paul, your point is well taken. It doesn't save time, but people think it does, and that's why they cut through.
I think what the board has said, if I'm mistaken, tell me I'm wrong, I think we understand that we've got to get traffic off Quinnipiac. There's too much traffic for Quinnipiac. It's a residential area, and we know it's commuters. And I think what the board collectively is expressing tonight is, what's the impact when we do this? And we'd like to know what it is before we do it. And that's, am I right?
Well, I
That's the
guess,
only thing I've heard.
actually, I think Mark and I are looking at
Different things.
at alternatives, and and I want to address your point of you being so upset about the questions, Stephen, because here's the thing. If you came in as the representative, and when I asked you the question is, are speed bumps possible or not possible, or just merely not advisable? And you couldn't hit the nail quite on the head. And when I asked the question about what's the process for speed limits, and you didn't quite know that, I'm not faulting you. Not everybody can know everything. That's, those are good questions. And we want to drill down on the alternatives before you take something. So before you take umbrage, you kind of, if you don't have the answers, you can't really take umbrage, I guess is my point.
Well, to your point, Alex, I reported to you that the state controls the speed limits. I did not cite the chapter and verse as to why you pushed back and said, well, what's the chapter and verse?
No, it was what's the process and how do you know? Because I know this next street over to me, this select board a few years ago did change the speed limit.
Mhm.
And I guess in the way it was presented to me was, well, that's simply not possible. So there's an inconsistency
There's a
there.
range, you can toy with it, maybe 5 miles an hour or so, and this is what we talked about. And the reason why, our police department did report on this to the residents and to me, and it dropped out of the conversation early on,
Which did?
adjusting the speed limit.
Okay, but I guess I'm really interested in the speed bumps as well.
The speed bumps, that's fine. They're not seen as, in all of my years of planning and dealing with traffic issues, I've never heard of them being seen as a viable traffic deterrent. They are at times used at traffic calming, I'm aware of, but more in an urban environment, through more crowded streets, and they've really, a lot of towns have moved towards the crossing table, it's like a speed table, not a speed bump. Because they really have been shown not to reduce speed that much, especially on a cut-through where people are, where
But
quickness
again,
is.
here's the
essence.
thing, I'd want to know that, I want to have the backup
But I
behind
guess,
that opinion.
like I said, I'm going back
So
to the
that's
previous
all,
point.
that's all.
The reason why I take umbrage is, you could have said, did you look at speed bumps? And we could have said, yes, we looked at speed bumps, we went through an alternatives analysis, and it wasn't a written analysis, it was more sitting on the table, what about this? And all of us spend a lot of time doing this, so we bring a lot of institutional knowledge and memory to this, and we all kicked around all the ideas and said, well, really the only way to really get at this, to solve the problem, is to close it. Our first meeting with them, that's what they asked for. So what they wanted and what we felt was really the only viable alternative were in sync. And I never really got to the point of being able to respond to a question in that, because the question wasn't, what's the process for changing the speed limit? It wasn't, did you look at it? It wasn't, well, why aren't we trying speed bumps? It was, did you think about speed bumps? We've gone through all of this stuff, and I just feel like it just seems like a disconnect on what we do as administratively and the value of that to the board.
We do not, I don't think it's that. You come to the board for permission to close the street, and we have to ask questions. We're going to ask questions. And you should supply answers. It's clearly that simple. The engineers, and you and Mark, we don't disagree. We agree on one fact, we have to seemingly get some traffic off Quinnetuck. We're talking about how to get the traffic off or deter the traffic or make them go a different route. And that's all the board has been asking all night. That's the only thing I've really heard is what's the impact of this decision? And I think you owe it to the board to give some answers.
I answered that in the presentation by saying we're recommending temporary so we can assess the impact.
I understand, but you only recommended one thing. And we've asked what's the impact on Wolf Swamp. We know the vehicles are going to go down to Frank Smith and Wolf Swamp. Give us some idea, and let Yem look at the traffic, the staging, what's the impact going to be there? Because we're talking to the people in the community, and they're listening right now, at least some of them are.
That's fine, Richard, but it's a guess.
I think it's a very educated guess. Take the assumption that 900, that vehicles are going down Quinnetuck, minus the residents, are going to go to that intersection. I'm going to bet on that. Is a pretty safe bet. Because they've been going there for all these years. They just happened to slip through your community when you opened it up the other end. They didn't come to the community until they opened the road up.
If you're addressing me, can I address?
No, I was just saying that that community was closed, and once they opened it up, that was a getaway. I personally didn't even know it was a pass-through until I heard the discussion a couple of months ago, and I finally drove down Quinnetuck, and I said, well, yeah, it does connect, and I said, I don't get it.
It doesn't
To me,
make,
was
doesn't
just
make a lot of
simple-
sense, right.
To me, it was just as
They
simple as
use
go
it.
down and go the other way. Matter of fact, it may have even been more controlled down there, because I had a flashing light. Anything else?
Yeah, I guess I'm still not comfortable that I've gotten my questions answered, which is, remains to be, because I did ask you, Stephen, what alternatives did we consider? Because that wasn't in the proposal, and now I'm hearing you mentally considered, the kind of the Gestalt theory of we considered, we thought about it, we figured out, and we came up with this. And I guess, because of the drastic nature of a closure, it would have been my preference to see that not only did we think about the alternatives, but just to prove a point, because we don't know, we tried a couple of alternatives. Sometimes signage has a very, very strong impact on drivers. And, it very well could be that there's GPSs pushing people down there, that if there's a big sign that says, not a through street or no through traffic or whatever it is, it might move people. Or a sign that says East Longmeadow, when you're going east, if you will, on Frank Smith Road, right at the intersection with Quinnetuck, a sign that says East Longmeadow straight and points them toward the intersection, and then another sign that says East Longmeadow right at the intersection. I don't know that those things won't work. I agree with Richard that we seem to have reached some consensus that trying to get traffic off of Quinnetuck and this cut-through traffic is what we're trying to do. The question is must we move to closure, even a temporary closure, as the first, because when you close the road, there will be no through traffic. I mean, it's pretty clear, you can't get through it. And in fact, there may be more annoyances with people turning around in driveways or whatever they're gonna do down at the end. I hate to think people are gonna try to go around the Jersey barriers or whatever it is. But the point is that that works. The question is, what short of closing a road to through traffic might have, if not an equivalent impact, sufficient impact to mitigate much of the concern? Like I said, every street in town has traffic. We're trying to get the Quinnetuck numbers down below 1,800 cars a day. I don't know what the right number is, but if you can do it without closing the road, I'd like to say we tried. And so far, all I've got was, we thought about it, and we really figured this temporary closure is the only way to go at it. And that concerns me, I guess, is my comment.
We made the recommendation we think is the most effective approach, okay? In light of all the alternatives, it's the most effective approach based on a lot of research. And the only reason to not do it is because we're worried about other people coming forward. The only reason to not do it, the residents want it, it's the most effective approach for reducing traffic. The only reason to not do it is because of the precedent. And that is a serious consideration. That's why we specifically addressed it. And if it doesn't meet the limit, or doesn't hit the bar for you for precedent, then okay. But to say we didn't look at it because we didn't look at nibbling at the edges of this, so we failed in our analysis, this isn't correct. It didn't take us too long to figure out that the only real way to do this was to close the road. We realized that has complications that we may not even be aware of today, so that's why I went with temporary. That's what they asked for, and I agree with you. We even went the extra step to say, how does this compare to other roads when that question gets asked by other residents? And that's really the decision point, in my mind, for the board.
Yes, Marie.
The way we're going about this is not any different from any way we've been deciding anything else. And that is, a report is brought in front of us, no matter how deep or intense it is, and we try to pull it apart and see where there could have been a weakness in it and a problem in it. And then we try to go back and begin the analysis from the very beginning. Now, that's the way this board works. It usually takes 2 sessions for us to get there. I don't see them changing it. I think it was an incredibly detailed, precise report and very data-driven. What I found very interesting, and it didn't come out that much in the report, and I must admit, I didn't read all 85 pages, and that is, this is a design issue. And the resident who spoke about it being a design issue, I thought was very, very poignant, because this is a road that used to be closed, it suddenly was opened, it's not something that was built to be that way. We have blind spots, we have curves going up, and I'm sure that the public safety walked the road, had all these discussions. We're not seeing all of those details, and I don't personally need to see all these details. I feel that what you've come up with is not the easiest, the fastest, but for this specific road, enough time was spent to separate it from all the other roads and precedents in town, and I think that it was a very good solution. But it makes sense, this board wants to have more answers, more explanations going forward, and that's not unusual from what we've done in the past. But I feel that, of course, I have an element of trust that you have looked into it and you have felt this is the best. And I don't feel that we need to worry too much of what's going on in Wolf Swamp, but that's my approach to decision-making. And going to the next meeting on the 20th or the 22nd, where we have a little more time where we talk about it, people are a little more comfortable with the analysis. That sounds fine with me.
All right. Paul?
Just one final thing. About a year ago, there's a proposed building complex, condominium complex going on in Enfield. And we spent a few meetings discussed the impact of the traffic because we knew where it was going to go. We had a traffic study done by the folks that in Enfield did it, that we knew it was going to come into Long Meadow. Now we don't know where the traffic's going to go. That's in Long Meadow. And I just think that you have a staff of professionals, and if you want to call it, your paid staff of professionals, that's fine. The fact that you don't understand that we can question it is bothersome. Because in that report that was given, 85 to 100 pages, whatever it was, and that's what was delivered, and you couldn't answer some of the questions that were here, you thought about them. I asked what the acceptable number of cars were, I believe Mr. Rosen answered the question. We didn't have a solution or a proposal that says we could close the road and have zero traffic, or we could put these matters up and get it down to 400 or 300, whatever the number is, or 800. So you want to know where the traffic is? Close the road for a day, and you'll see exactly where the traffic's going. And I'm not the rocket scientist, I'm not an engineer, but I can tell you, it doesn't take those kind of people to figure out that if it's not going there, it's going right down that road. And I find it insulting to say that we need to do a 6-month study of where the traffic's going to be. When we took that traffic analysis, and you went to meetings about that too, if I'm not mistaken, down in Enfield, because we knew that traffic was going to come through Long Meadow. We knew it. But we don't know where the traffic that's already coming in Long Meadow, where it's going to go, even though it's on 2 main roads. And it is bothersome that you still don't understand that as the board, we have a right to question it. I don't get it. So you can be mad all you want, you can say you don't understand, you can say that it was stupidly made decision to think the board would accept it, but it probably was, because you didn't think it through, and you don't understand still that the board has a right to ask questions.
I completely understand that.
Okay.
No, I don't think you do.
Okay, I tell you what, why don't I act as a collect point for any questions from the board? Okay, so there's going to be questions coming up, okay? Send them to me email. If you got a question. I have a couple of questions that I'll get to Stephen, we'll get them to Stephen, we'll have a meeting in 2 weeks, and we'll get the answers out. And if we,
I've expressed my questions in the meeting.
Right.
Can those be deemed collected, or do they need to be repeated?
Since I didn't write them down, I would say they're not deemed collected.
I expressed them to Stephen.
Did you collect them?
Just email them to Richard.
Yeah,
So
I was-
make sure they get to Richard.
I was just going to try to get them all consolidated. Oh, pardon?
I don't have everyone's
Yeah.
questions.
Okay, all right.
Because I think...
We'll do it again.
That's if we agree, or we'll send them to Paul, or we'll send them to Marie. We'll just send them to one of us so we can get the conduit going. Okay, so send them to me, please.
Yes.
And we'll get some answers. And I have some questions too, and we'll see if we can get those issues resolved, and it's be on the agenda 2 weeks from now, and we'll get a decision made. Okay?
Sure.
Nothing else? Nothing else? Okay. moving on to where we were at 7 o'clock, or 7:15. Thank you, folks, for coming in. Capital policy. Stephen, you said that is this yours or
Yeah,
mine?
that's mine.
That's yours, okay. No, I got them over here, too. Here it is. We have the capital policy, and I guess this has been around, what, 2 or 3 times now that we've looked at it?
No,
No, I
this is the
yeah.
first time seeing it coming out of subcommittee. The last time we had it in front of this board, the board said they wanted the subcommittee to work on it. Subcommittee is Alex Grant and myself, and we had about 3 meetings on it. And the original capital policy statement came out of the Finance Committee with Paul Posturzik working on it, and together they came out with a document. That document is what Alex and I worked on. This is our rough draft of it because we felt there was a lot of issues that the select board would have an opinion on.
Okay.
So we've left some blanks and we've left some parentheses, and this is, again, just a draft. It's not, but it's our final work on it.
Well, let's see.
What did you say? It was our what?
It's our, in other words, our final product on it that we're sending out to the board.
Sort of.
If I
because-
made a mistake on something, let me know.
I know,
'cause
well,
I was working hard.
I know, I think we were a little rushed, because I think originally you were going to email it to me to make sure you and I were on the same page, and so
Oh,
there's just a couple of nits that, that we might have missed, but anyway, that,
We did
But-
it
but
line
it's-
by line, so we might want to just do it that way, and then Alex can jump in any corrections or changes.
Okay, well, we've had this final draft in our possession since, what, Friday? And I guess I'm going to ask the board right up straight, do you want to discuss this issue, or would you like to have this for review, and we'll put this on discussion at our next meeting?
Richard, I don't know how, once again, a board of 5 people wordsmiths a document.
Right.
And that's part of the problem. I acknowledge, I did send in
Right.
pretty extensive comments to
And we
the
looked at those.
subcommittee.
we looked at them.
To the best of my understanding, they were considered. Most were incorporated, some weren't, I guess, and, I think we ought to go through it just paragraph by paragraph.
Let's do
and
it.
see, instead of wordsmiths, issues. And if we can focus on issues.
Yeah.
A couple of places, there are spaces, like the percent
Well,
of the general fund.
Right,
Right.
and I think that would be a good place, because we figured that was sort of like a basic policy question
Right.
that needed to be discussed.
I just wanted to possibly save us 20 minutes of discussing something that we're going to take the next meeting. But if the board feels confident that we can blow through this, let's start.
Well, I don't think we'll blow through anything, but we could get through a couple of paragraphs, because that's how really difficult it is.
Maria, I happen to agree with you. I
Okay.
think you're right.
Will let someone please start at the first
I'll
paragraph?
be glad to start with, the current policy of capital is something 10 years life and $10,000, and there's a suggestion that it be changed. Now, it's kind of strange to me, personally, that we shorten the life but increase the capital, the amount. And, I thought that the original definition was based on, what might be an IRS definition for for-profit businesses of capital, but, the concern I have is by going from $10,000 to $25,000, we've certainly excluded a lot of what's in the past been capital projects, or
Yes.
certainly things that have been gerrymandered into being capital projects. And also by shortening things to 5 years, we've started looking at things like vehicles now, which hadn't been, a car now that lasts 6 years, a police vehicle or something like, has always not been capitalized, or a computer or something like that. But now, if it lasts 6 years, all of a sudden now it moves to capital. And so I guess the question is, do we want to change this definition?
Should we bring Paul to sit up here, because he might be able to answer some of the reasons that these original policies were changed, because it was based on the finance committee, because I could not answer that question, Mark. Why we're at 5 years and 25, I have no idea.
And actually, it originally said 1 year, and then you and I changed it to 5.
Oh, we did? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
so-
1 year would have not been appropriate. That's an annual appropriation.
Yeah, right.
I think 5 and 25 is a pretty common municipal definition of capital. I think that's certainly what, in Lancaster, it was the same way. I think in Lowell it was the same way. I mean, it's a pretty standard.
I would agree on you with everything except the 5 years. because that enters a whole new arena, 5 years. That falls into that cyclic category.
You say the current capital process right now is repairs for $10,000 or more in 10 years, but purchases are $10,000 in 5 years. So it mirrors your current policy when it comes to purchases. Doesn't change that. It's only the area where we're trying to make improvements that they want a 10-year life in that area.
And the increase, I mean, you know, $10,000 and 25, I mean, the original policy was written 20 years ago, that's probably, 10,000 then is probably $25,000 now
And
anyway.
again, I think what Stephen said is common to see that range where most communities have it anywhere from 10,000 to 25. This is a common range.
I just think we need to agree on it. I wasn't necessarily arguing against it, I just know that it's a change.
In regards to that, we had actually changed paragraph 1 because we had wanted it to mirror paragraph 3.
Right.
And I wasn't sure if that was a typo that it didn't mirror, but that's why Alex and I decided to make some changes in paragraph 1.
I don't see any problem with paragraph 1, or, I mean, I have my red line version.
Okay.
And between paragraph 1 and paragraph 3, the only real issue is the 25 and 5 years, but it will be a change from the current policy that's in place.
Okay.
I had mentioned to Marie earlier, and I may have even mentioned Stephen too, what we lack in our communities, we go from annual to capital, and we don't have that mid-range. There's a mid-range that's called a cyclic replacement that usually catches the 5-year stuff, and it's a special funding source that gets the small stuff. The 5-year, you could have compressors or anything else that falls, and then the major infrastructure gets into the 10 and 15 years, and we lack that in our planning docs, and we don't have that middle phase. We have the annual, and then we have this bigger one. So by lowering it to the 5 years, basically you have created like a cyclic program that's eligible for cyclic and for longer range, and you've taken the dollar limit up, which is very appropriate, I guess, under most circumstances, unless it is kind of high when you're starting to go against the budgets that we have. To figure anything below $25,000 falls back on base allocation. That's a pretty high threshold to take it to, which may not be fair on a normal operating budget unless they've got a fair amount of discretionary dollars. And without having that other program, which is a cyclic program, it really gets important because they have no other revenue source, so.
An alternative, Rich, would be if there is something like an area where we're going to redo a motor on a fire truck that might be $20,000.
Right.
The alternative is that does not go to capital, goes directly to you and is funded on a warrant article directly with your approval, and capital doesn't have to vet that out.
True.
So there still is that funding rate, possibility in that fashion.
Right.
I think one of the reasons why the policy is important is that generally, I mean, capital items are things that you could borrow for if you wanted to. It's an accepted thing to borrow for capital because it's an asset, you have extended use life. You don't want to borrow to do operational things.
No.
Or even materials or services that are operational in nature. You don't want to borrow for that. And so the reason why the policy is important is to set some kind of threshold to evaluate that at, and that's why it's kind of a tricky thing, because you may have a $25,000 item that is an operational item, and you may have a $10,000 item that is a capital item. And so you need some kind of guideline. I truthfully think, in the context of Long Meadow's budget, in our fiscal condition, our positive fiscal condition, you can set that line a little higher to make sure that we are not borrowing for things that should be handled operationally. And that's why I think the 5 and 25 is appropriate.
So Stephen, one of my experiences has been the conjunctive and it has been problematic, because sometimes it's 5 or 25. For example, you know, a pool filter, which might not cost $25,000, but you expect to have a long life, ought to be capitalized. But again, I'll go back to the police vehicle, which, you know, may be over, you know, may fit in. We really don't want to start capitalizing police vehicles. They're, pardon the expression, they're use them up and move them on, you kind of vehicles. They get very, very high, you know, they're not DPW trucks. And I think if we look at specific issues, you know, everything from, well, I go back to the folder that we bought for the, you know, that folded things in stuffed envelopes, which was like $10,100, we expect it to last a very, very long time. It was clearly a capital need, and so maybe that's a way to get around this, is stop worrying about something that has to, hurdle two barriers, but only say either one or the other.
In doing that, though, you might have some low-price items that are going to come before you for a new desk that's going to last longer than 5 years. It meets one hurdle.
And that doesn't mean we have to fund it.
Well, true.
But it would qualify for being, and very honestly, new desks are capital items, if they're $500, probably not, but, you ought to be spending having some kind of threshold to consider it.
I think the issue, though, Mark, is, if I may, I didn't look see if everybody had their hand up. The issue is, we have a finite limit of bonding capacity within our levy cap. And, in theory, yes, you could capitalize a desk, but then you're eating up precious bonding capacity that is not subject to an override. And that's why you really need to be...
It's a shame on the town leaders for doing that, Stephen. There's got to be some common sense in any policy, as opposed to, it's so black and white, it just gets administered blindly from the impact. I mean, that's kind of the response, is if somebody comes forward with, I want to bond a desk, I hope the select board, us, or some future select board says, take it out of your operating budget, don't come to us for a bond. And hopefully the town meeting will say, I'm not passing a bond for a desk.
In practice, I think the definition presented would work for us.
I hear you. I'm just trying to present some way of addressing issues, because there are some things that are legitimately $15,000, $18,000, $20,000 that ought to be capitalized, that's all.
And I'll repeat what I said before, we don't have that midterm fund. So we're really going between annual and whatever it is. And that's what it is. We don't have that middle fund that normally you would have, a cyclic type fund. Something that's under 5 years.
10 grand doesn't go very far anymore, and that's...
Well, that's true,
the
but
other
we're
thing.
talking about small items that are above and beyond what your annual appropriation should have in them. Maybe it fails every 3 years. I'll give you, for instance, I had a cyclic account in Washington DC, and I bought $10,000 worth of tulip bulbs every year. And it was a cyclic program because I planted that every single year. And yet it wasn't an annual appropriation, so it was taken out of a special funding source because of beautification of DC and all that. So it was, it was eligible under cyclic, but it wouldn't have been eligible under anything else. But I had the option of having that fund. Where here, you don't have that option. It's just base or this. That's the only two options that are made available.
And Paul said we can also go to the town one.
I understand, Marie, but I mean, of these easy policies.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that this board was telling me was really important to get a capital policy statement is because we kept having people do operational things and throw it in capital.
Mm-hmm.
And so this sort of helps stop that. It's saying you need 5 years and $25,000, don't sit there and try to
You're gonna put
pull it
computers in
in.
there? You can put computer systems in there?
Well, beyond 5
If they go-
years,
if they
I
go
don't know
5 years.
I don't know if they go 5 years.
If they go 5 years.
So Richard, are you suggesting it be, see, I'm kind of feeling from Mark, you want it to capture more things. You seem to be suggesting it should capture less things, or
No,
if I'm
just
reading
saying
it.
The way it's set up, it should capture the large things.
Okay, and that's what we were attempting to do.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not quite large enough for yours, but for your purposes, but to Mark's point, if you put in the or, then you're capturing more things.
Everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
So-
capturing a lot of stuff.
So I guess that's sort of, I'm just trying to
Right, but
clarify
I-
what the issue is,
My take on this is the capital policy ought to be a crutch for the capital planning committee when they want it, and not a barrier when they don't want it. A barrier. And again, I think my classic example is a swimming pool filter, or the jaws of life, or some, there were just a bundle of things that are between $10,000 and $25,000 that clear to me, and I think most people, that they're capital, and yet we're gonna be challenged, as you said, Richard, because we don't have that middle fund, of how we're gonna fund all those things, that every year, though, and if you, I try to do this from memory, but if you go back at our capital planning process, I'll bet you, a good fraction, 20% or thereabouts, every year fall into that less than $25,000 range. And so the question is, how are we gonna do that if we're gonna do it at all? And that's what I'm hoping to provide the capability of doing, because if we exclude that, then I just don't believe that departments are gonna be able to build that into an operating budget, and we're gonna be, really falling short with things that may need to be done from a capital perspective.
Go ahead, Ann.
Let's figure this out.
I don't even get a chance to read.
Well, I was thinking, again, is it an outlier? Is it 20% of the capital? Right now, we're assuming this $25,000 could be. Why don't we put together a draft that this is what we're going to aim for? If we find that this doesn't work, we can always change the policy and adjust the policy end of the year. I don't think we're going to find that many things that fall out of the 5 years and equal or more than 25,000 in value. Right now, if you don't have some sort of rules to follow, people are going to bring in anything they want and call it capital. And that's what I understood has been the complaint by this board.
They were putting in maintenance-related activities is what they were doing. Coming up with paint jobs and stuff that,
All these filters this high school needs. They
Yeah.
can start throwing those in and say, okay, we want in our capital the filters every year.
no, that's an annual operating cost there.
Well, that's because we're saying it is, but if
No,
it
no,
fits
it
into
should be.
this.
It should never be capital. That's an annual operating cost. They shouldn't be able to accumulate 10 years and say falls into this guideline. That's what you're trying to prevent, because that's expected to be taken care of annually, out of the annual operating budget. This is for stuff above and beyond what they can afford with their annual budgets.
So Marie, if I could just answer your question, I just went back and picked one random, and this is the fiscal year 2013 capital plan that
Okay.
was approved in February 2012. And there were, I'm going to guess, 25, 28 projects here, and only 3 of them fall in that $10,000 to $25,000 category, but it's interesting what they are. Town hall sewer lateral replacement. Now, I think that's probably was a sewer and done with the sewage, well, maybe not, because it's the town hall building.
Was that
It was-
from community preservation money, though?
Yes. It probably was, Paul. It doesn't say where that came from.
I believe it was ended up being funded by the community preservation
Okay,
funds.
wireless systems through several schools, electrical upgrades at one of the middle schools, and believe it or not, a two-wheel drive pickup truck were the ones that fell in that. And that's just one, and again, I don't know how we're gonna deal with those. I don't think there are too many pickup trucks anymore that are under $25,000, but.
Not that we buy.
But anyway, I'm not wedded to it, Marie, I just like to point it out.
My finger's pointing to Paul now.
Paul's looking.
I was going to let you read.
I'm trying
So,
to.
no, I'm being considerate. I think, the question that I think we should ask is this, is that we adopted the GFOA. The redefinition is coming about from the Finance Committee, and my belief is because of the GFOA. We want to make it friendlier and easier to read, correct? I mean, that was one of it. First of all, when you said 10 years or 10,000 or 5 years, that's the first time I've ever heard capital planning items were 5 years or longer, not 10 years or longer.
I think it's on the website.
I understand, it's the first time I heard that, so I understand it's a policy. I think the way to look at this is that what we try to accomplish by adopting GFOA is to make everything as honest as possible, or, I'm sorry, as transparent as possible to the citizens. So is it right to put in, if we're gonna buy 3 desks, for example, and they're $500 a piece, is that right to put it in an operating budget and call it office furniture when it's really a capital expense? And I think when you start putting a number on something, you're now defining, we're making an arbitrary decision that $25,000 makes it capital, when the pool filter, setting up, buying a server instead of a computer, and I know there's some things that, like the police cars that have, they're purchased every 3 years, but then there's other cars that the police department has, like for the chief car, for example, that might last longer. The fire department has a couple vehicles where they go do the inspections and so forth that are not fire trucks. Those definitely last longer than 5 years, because I don't know what the year of one of them I just saw on the mobile station. But my point is that if we're trying to make it as transparent as possible, isn't a capital item regardless of the cost? And the difference then is saying, well, that the reason why we put them in an operation budget, because we try to manipulate things, and so we could use more of the capital plan and budget to do the bigger things. So that's why we shoved all these other, we put a threshold in that artificially says a $9,000 whatever is now an operational item, not a capital item. So I don't have a problem with the number of years. I think if a capital item is a capital item, we should say that. Now, the next thing down is the percentage of the budget that goes into capital. So if we really look at it and you say, look, everything is capital, that is capital. And I don't know if we get into that discussion of the police cars because they turn over so much are capital or not, but if you look at everything that is capital, then why isn't it being spent out of capital planning? Or capital planning funding, and I think it was, and I'm just guessing that originally it steered that way because of the tightness of the capital plan budget, that as things got tighter on it, you shoved.
Well, I think that just that the police vehicles have to be so reoccurring.
Yeah, right, no, we put those on the side, because I think those are a special situation versus, like the chief's car, for example, that's not as
Right.
overturning as much as.
True.
So those are two separate, and I think a desk is different than, we're not turning it over every 3 years and so forth. And so I think if we look at the definition of capital versus the dollar amount, that answers the question of, I don't have a problem with 5 years, because I think you could pick 7, you could pick 10, I think you could pick whatever you want in terms of number of the years, but I think if we want to be transparent as possible, we start taking all those items out of the budget, because the danger of leaving them in there, and I've seen it when I was on the school committee, is that the capital items, purchase and desks sometimes get transferred over to continuing ed or professional development, because you can do that line item transfer and so forth. And I think capital should be defined as capital, and I think if you take the dollar limit off of it, then you don't have the issues of trying to figure out what gets overlooked. That's my only, but I think the 5 years is fine.
So I guess, Mark and Paul, I hear you prefer if we take first paragraph and third paragraph and say beyond 5 years or equal to or more than $25,000 in value, and then the third paragraph be $25,000 or an estimated useful life of 5 years or more. So if you feel more comfortable with the or than the and, because it will capture more things into capital planning.
Yeah, see, I'm okay with just the years. I don't even need the dollar amount in there. That's what I'm saying, because I think a capital item is a capital item, regardless of the costs. And I think it actually relieves the budgets to some degree of the departments if they know they don't have to leave money in for desk or things like that they, whatever, but.
How would this stuff be funded then?
Well, I said the next thing is the few paragraphs down is the number in the capital plan budget.
Right, because I think
I think we need, that's the key we need to address, period.
Well, I think it's, and that's why I think a dollar threshold is important, because the servers are a good example, because they are expensive. They may last 5 years, but computer stuff doesn't. Most times they swap them out within a few years because of the way the engineered obsolescence of computer equipment. So they aren't really like a fire truck or even an administrative vehicle that we keep forever. Every year, and you also have to take into consideration the current budget, the way it's constructed. Every year, there may be in the operational budget, in terms of like a materials or equipment line item, purchase a server. But, we have dozens of servers, I'm guessing. So they may buy a server every year out of the operational funds. If you took a capital item as a capital item, just in isolation, then each server then should be a capital item, and then therefore either artificially inflate the amount of general fund that's attributed to capital, or possibly go into a larger bonding, and then it ends up being a much more expensive proposition down the line. There is to some extent an operational component to buying a server every single year, even though it's kind of one of these tweener, pieces of equipment. And I think, like I said, you really want to save your borrowing capacity, which is precious, for things that the sewer lateral. The sewer lateral is an individual standalone project, makes sense for it to be a capital project. But buying a year's worth of PVP sewer lateral has stock to have in the yard, so the guys can go out and replace this, or not a lateral main, so the guys can go out and replace the main when it bursts. That's an annual operating equipment thing, and so that's where, to some extent, we vet this stuff out, well, not vet, we ferret this stuff out administratively as we go through the budget process, and if something to us seems like, you that really should be an operational thing, because it's recurring, then we push it that way. If we think it's just a one-time or a once every 5 years thing, then we push it that way. And if it's somewhere in between, then if you have savings in your budget for attrition or something else, and you can afford the item in that given year and not have to and you need it, you can avoid having to do without it and paying interest on it. And so that's, to some extent, there is some subjectivity to how we evaluate these things. That's why I think both the years and the amount are important.
Clarification, and or?
I would say and, but that's just my opinion.
Richard? I think, just in the interest of getting a decision, I mean, because, I'm feeling, the question is, do you make it broader or narrower than what we have? Because I get the feeling that what both Mark and Paul have suggested is broader. So, so we could have what we have, make it broader, or make it narrower.
The only thing I'm fearful, make it broader, because it opens up for what Stephen was mentioning. You've all of a sudden got people ganging together odd little items and coming in and said it meets the criteria.
Right.
I like a capital program to really represent a capital program. It's not even closely connected with annual appropriations. It is well beyond that.
Right.
I like 10 years, 5 years is fine. I just never had a 5 year, it's always been 10 years or more. But it's been major expenditures that you absolutely could not take out of annual operating. I guess that really is the bottom line. What can they afford out of an annual operating program, and what is a capitalized expenditure? And like servers, if we have 15 servers, well, obviously we should be buying 2 a year or whatever it is, and that's an annual appropriation. They crank it in their budget, and it's a line item, and you see it, and they plan for it. It's like the chief buys radios or whatever, X amount every year, a cyclic replacement. With the big items, it's like you in a household. When you buy a car, certainly it's not like buying groceries for next week. It's a major expenditure again. You're putting a roof on it, doing your siding. With painting, that's different. You can buy the paint, do the painting.
So, it sounds like 3 people would like to have it the way it is, 2 people would like it broader. So.
And Alex, I'm not arguing necessarily for
No.
broader. I'm just concerned about the items that we'd exclude, that we currently have no other way of funding.
Right, and I guess my thinking also behind this policy is, it's a policy, we're not, this isn't legislation, where, if we wanted to do something differently in the future, we could do it,
Right.
So I move to make.
Hold on one second, can I have a question? What were you said exclude, what was your factor on what we may exclude, Mark?
Well, again, I spent some time going through the things here that, again, anything between $10,000 currently and $25,000 that, to my mind, is clearly capital. No longer is to be considered for a capital appropriation. And we still have a lot of items that fall in that $15,000, $18,000, $22,000 range. That's amazing, because not only was it the pool filter, but there's also the pool liner that showed up. The Reynolds pool liner showed up when I went through these things.
Right.
There was carpet replacement in some schools. There was, which to me is, ought to be maintenance, but but there were a whole bunch of door replacements and things like that that are clearly were bundling. We didn't have a single door for $10,000.
Right.
But the point is that I'm fine narrowing this as long as we provide a mechanism for funding the items that this would now exclude. That's all. And because there's, it's not going to gather the $40,000 item, but we've got to be able to take care of the capital items that are in the $10,000 to $25,000.
Right, and his point was not so much, it was interpreted as narrowing, but it's more of a common sense approach to how do you operate an annual budget? How much leeway would you have in an annual budget? And we would hope that most people do not have $10,000 worth of discretionary funds to throw around for these purchases. We would hope that their budgets are closer to what they really need, zero base. So I agree, the 25 is a little high. It does not pick up all those items that can be hit with.
I mean, we can sneak up on $25,000
Yeah.
too. I mean, again, when $10,000 was set, it's probably in, 1995 or something like that. So, that's probably $15,000 to $20,000 now anyway. I mean,
Right.
so maybe I'm
Stephen, what about your
misgiven.
budgets? How much leeway you got floating around?
I think this depends on any given year and a variety of circumstances. That's what I said. I mean, it's, as they, I guess, we do plan ahead in small ways, in addition to like the larger capital plan. Department heads and we know, this thing may be coming up, not in this fiscal year, but the next one, and we know it's here, and we look ahead and say, well, you're gonna have a retirement disposition, or this
Right.
cost that you've been paying, you're changing equipment, or you bought radios out of this operational budget, and you're not gonna be buying it next year. And so little pockets of capacity
Right.
open up, and, the budget directives have been base level budget, and if you're going over your base level budget, you need a supplemental request.
Right.
But if within that budget, because of, shifting conditions or changing circumstances, you can plug in something you're gonna need for the next year, even if it's more than $25,000. If it isn't necessarily if it doesn't look like a fixed asset or something that's a more permanent, even beyond the 5-year impact, then you try and plug it in operationally again, because you want to make sure that you leave. If capital is something that is somewhat, even though there are a variety of funding source options, general funds, enterprise funds, free cash, operational stabilization, you definitely want to reserve. Enterprise funds are restricted. You want to reserve bonding capacity for the large, big ticket items. It just, like I said, it depends, and I don't know, Paul, I've only been through the one budget cycle, but that is how we look at it, and that's why to some extent there is some subjectivity to this.
Right, but I would normally use lapse dollars to enhance programs instead of to rely upon to fund my program.
You what?
Lapse dollars is a bonus that comes into your program because you never know what the percentage is going to be each year, and I use it to enhance my program instead of have to worry about bailing out my program. Depends on the approach you want to take.
But it's, with Prop 2.5, you pretty much know where you're gonna be. And that is essentially marginally better or even with where you were this year.
Mhm.
And like I said, that's why we plan ahead.
Well, let me ask you, do you think $25,000 is fair?
I think in the context of, and you can disagree with me, but I think in the context of Long Meadow's budget, yes.
Okay. You guys think it'd be that high?
There's also the alternative of coming directly to this board if money is needed. There are budgets that if you can hit 99% of your budget and still have 1%, well, that 1% for the school committee is going to be $300,000.
Right.
So, and they've done some capital projects within their operating budget.
I'm talking about like Mike's budget, though.
Well, again, on 1% there is, going to be $40,000. You can still get something done, and you're doing 99%. I mean, that's, a 1% little tweak is big money for them.
Right.
And like I said, the only thing that it would bypass is going to the capital planning committee. It would come directly to you folks for a warrant article if there needs to be something for 22.5. I looked at last year's capital. There are a few items on there. It looked like there was a sedan, and there was something, the council on aging exhaust fan was another one. It was, $12,000 or something like that. So there are a few that are going to fall into that category. But again, they could come directly to you folks as opposed to running it through the capital program.
I mean, but there are times where the repair of the fire truck engine is a good example. You have to do that.
It was $8,000 or so, wasn't it?
Well, but say it's a transmission.
Yeah.
And it's 20,000.
Yeah.
You have to do that. You have to make that repair. And
That's where you go to finance committee for the.
or reserve, or you make an internal transfer within your department, because at that point in time in the fiscal year, your overtime budget may be looking good, or you may have some of the variable line items may be looking good, but at the end of the year, you may have to come back or when you're projecting ahead, looking like, geez, we're not going to make it to the finish line on these items we took from, then you go for a request. But that's something that if you went through a capital planning process or even a warrant process, you'd have the truck on blocks. So I mean, like I said, there are times where you have to just make those decisions on big ticket items for the sake of the operation. So I mean, like I said, what you want to have, and I know the discussion is about, clear benchmarks, but I think the best policies have some level of flexibility in them, because there are just 1,000 different things that could come up during a year that would fall into this gray area.
Well, it is a policy, and we can rewrite it next year if we don't like it.
Or just ignore it.
Yeah, or just ignore it.
I was gonna say, I mean, that transmission can go in the month of August. That transmission in that fire truck can go in the month of
Right.
August, and you're not gonna send it through the capital plan.
Right.
To have it funded in May. You're gonna get it done
Right,
in
that's
the
true.
special town meeting.
You're just gonna do it. Yeah. Yes.
Again, I'm gonna go back to, what's the purpose of the policy? If it's to make things transparent, everything that was just talked about in the last 5 minutes actually makes it less transparent. And while you might have it as an article in town meeting, capital is capital. And just because it's under $25,000 doesn't mean you have to bond it, even if it is prepared for. So that's all my take on this, is that it's because of the GFOA, which is supposed to be transparent to people and make the budget more transparent, easier to understand. And the easiest thing in the world to understand is capital. So I think by putting a dollar amount on it, you, especially at $25,000, I don't have a problem with the years. I just think that the capital item it'd be neat to really try to figure out what we're spending on capital through the operational budget and see where that would be, but.
Well, most people in their programs do define what capital is. They define, it's usually defined like we've got it, years and dollars.
Under 10,000?
Yeah, it's usually how they define capital. It's not something you can just attach to, it's usually a dollar amount in years. Well, that's what I was asking, if this sum was too high, and it seems like the people that are dealing in operations didn't feel like it was too high. Yes, Marie?
Are we ready for a motion? And then discussion after the motion?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, do we want to have a motion on each paragraph, or do we want to
Well,
do it
I would think a
together?
motion on this is a major point.
I disagree. I think, Marie, we've got a consensus of 5 years and $25,000, and we just move on.
Oh, we do?
Sounds to me like we
Okay.
do.
All right.
I may not be in the consensus, but it sounds like we do, so.
You want to just ask if there's a consensus, just so you don't have to.
Is there a consensus?
Instead of a motion?
I think
I
there
mean, I
is.
think we have
No,
three.
it's just no motion, they want
Well,
consensus.
I'm gonna- at this point, I'm supporting it. I don't think it's
Okay, all right.
perfect, but.
Okay,
You-
so
well,
you're-
you're not, yeah.
So there was a consensus to keep 5 years and equal to or more than $25,000 in value in paragraph 1, as well as the description of paragraph 3 of $25,000 with an estimated useful life of 5 years or more. So both those descriptions of capital will be retained.
Okay, so nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Thank you.
Is there anything in the capital policy statement that anyone else wants to?
I
Not
mean,
I.
it seems like the next thing is the percentage.
Yeah.
Right.
And this does not include, I know, Paul, you talk about enterprise funds, but this does not include enterprise funds. It's just the general fund operating revenues.
I like that, my only argument with this is that I like to see it as a percentage of total expenditures. When it should be a not to exceed or up to or whatever it is, but of total expenditures. And that way, it includes enterprise funds, it includes, when we use the budget, the last bit of the levy limit for the previous year, we used $153,000 to bond $10 million, I think, whatever the number was, $6 million, whatever it was. But I think it should be as a percentage of total expenditures as opposed to the general fund operating budget, because we have far and exceeded, and I know I'm a broken record, far and exceeded 4%, in some year, 1 year 5% of, or even 6% of total spending on capital, because we use a variety of sources. So I just like to see it different than general fund. I think it's just a play on words. I don't really think that's being honest with people, because when we tell people we're spending 2% on capital, and we actually spend more, regardless of where it comes from, I think it's still capital. And that's my only thing with this, is I like to see it say as a percentage of total expenditures. That's my 2 cents.
I guess my question to Paul is, why do we always go with annual general fund operating? Is it because comparison to other towns, why is it usually described this way?
Well, I think most of your assets are on an annual basis for replacement are in the general fund. I mean, you are going to have some in the enterprise funds, You know, I don't really have a correct answer
But
for
Paul, when
you.
it says general fund operating revenue, for me, the issue was a budgeting issue, that we said, look, we know how much we're, give or take 2.5%, how much we're gonna be raising in operating revenue for the general fund, from tax revenue, and
Right.
therefore,
Well-
we can budget pretty carefully to our capital planning committee of how much is available to, if it's 2% or.
That we'd have to
3.
look at prior year expenditures as the
Well, that's
alternative.
turned back, but for the most part, that was always, to me, what was doing it. You were setting of the tax revenue to the town, not state aid, not, fees, not anything, but of tax revenue to the town, we're gonna commit 2% to capital, which was, I think, going back many, many years, kind of a rule of thumb that people thought would be nice to follow.
Right, and most of your capital assets are in the general fund. This new building came online, I mean, our insurance is up, I don't say capacity, but we're insuring about $170 million worth of capital assets now at this point in time, and most of them are in the general fund with the schools, the buildings, things of that nature.
Did you say 150 million?
I think I might have said 150, yeah, it's easily that high, if not more. 160 maybe, or
But
70.
I think Mark's absolutely right. It was a budget mechanism to get a predictable amount into
Yeah.
capital every year until we cut it and sliced it, pay for the public safety sector.
I mean, the only thing that I would recommend out of that statement is to get water piping out of there.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's going to be an enterprise fund mechanism. But again, it's still a debate on the percentage, I guess.
Okay, I know we've had this debate, we talk it all the time. Paul and I love to talk about this subject back and forth. I don't think we really love it. We kind of just fake it, we love it. You have your enterprise funds, which is your water and sewage. And
Right.
that self-pays for itself, and it's off to the side. Now, we do spend a lot of money in those funds every year, and it is capitalized improvements. But it's under the enterprise funds capital improvement program. It doesn't come out of your.
Some of this paragraph, though, if you read further, a lot of what we've done in water and sewer, it would not be considered capital expenditures under these definitions, because we're bonding for them.
Right. But I mean, that's taken care of by the enterprise fund.
It's taken care of by the enterprise fund.
Right.
Say that again. You said it's not a capital expenditure because we're bonding.
Correct, according to this policy, that you wouldn't consider bonding capital to meet your
Well-
funding thresholds.
Well, actually, yeah, see, that's a
this.
good question, because I was gonna bring this up. This was something that Maria and I discussed. So if you look at paragraph 2, it says, the second sentence is, the CIB will fund cash costs for capital improvements and not be used for debt service. And then the next paragraph talks about, while debt is a method, the question is, does it have to be part of the operating budget? I think those two things sort of have to be in tandem. And if you see the brackets in that second paragraph that I just mentioned, it meant we couldn't agree on it. I was in favor of the may consider. Marie was in favor of will account for. So, I mean, I guess the point, if my view carries the day about may consider, then we should probably strike that second sentence of the paragraph above it that begins with the CIB will fund cash costs and not be used for debt service. Because this is one of the things that Maria and I discussed, this example that everybody brings up that, sort of how the public safety complex was funded. A lot of people have problems with it, like that was sort of deemed a mistake. But I must say, as I thought about it, there didn't seem to be anything inherently wrong with that. So, I mean, I guess, I'm just trying to tee this question up. I mean, so that's sort of where I came out for it, that you could have a situation where you decide, okay, we're going to have part of our capital budget a few years out is to pay for the debt payments on a big project. That doesn't seem wrong to me as a concept.
The only thing that's wrong with that is that you have this capital fund is for repair of infrastructure. It's to care for the town. It's not to fund major improvements. If you're gonna build a new complex, that goes under bonding. That's not what capital was established for that larger thing. That's just, this fund is put in here to maintain the infrastructure, and we're solely so underfunded in this thing. I mean, we're just talking peanuts here, but we could use 6 or 7% of the budget every year and spend every penny of it without any remorse and without even looking back.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm not finished yet.
Sorry, go ahead.
We're so terribly, terribly, terribly underfunded. The roads alone is $1.6 to $2 million, very conservatively. I mean, that's super conservatively. You got sidewalk, we got $4 million worth of deficiencies. And we've got the 3.5, I even say it's 3%, a half, 1/4% increase until it hits 8% or whatever, because we've got the figures, we've got the engineering studies to roll it together, and we have the life cycle cost. And our Public Works Department and the Engineering Department should be able to sit right there and tell us that you should be doing 2% of your water system per year and give you a figure on how much that is. And you should be able to do 6% of your roads a year and give you a figure that you can bank on. We've got all these figures, but we're battling this 2 and 3%, and it's way underfunded by anybody's estimation. Now, your enterprise is different, Paul. I mean, that's different. That's its own buddy over there. I'm talking core infrastructure. 3%, I mean, it's not that much money. Not when you're talking about a minimum $250,000 to $350,000 mill and overlay on a road. That's just a silly mill and overlay. That's very little minor repair. I mean, I printed this afternoon 4 or 5 papers that I've given them the thing, including the Martin report that the engineer that worked here 10, 12 years ago put out. And his report was very thorough at that point on what he felt we needed to do, and it all pinpoints the same direction. I mean, we've got so many $1 million worth of deficiencies, and we're just dealing in little, I hate to say it, they're like baby steps. Because I don't think we want to believe how bad the problem really is. And I think the easiest way is to avoid the problem. It is a major problem.
My disagreement with you is that $1 is $1.
Right.
So when you charge a taxpayer a tax rate, where we increase the water rate, it's still a tax. The water
Right.
rate's a tax.
That's true,
So
Paul.
a tax is a tax. And
Yeah.
that's why when you can't separate what we spend on water and sewer, because the taxpayers or ratepayers are still paying it.
100% agreement.
Right. So I'm just saying that,
Right.
let's call the spade, and it
Right.
is what it is. It's capital that we're spending.
But their rates are set based on what the infrastructure repairs are going to be in the normal maintenance. That whole program is arranged around that, like our tax base is arranged around what it takes to operate this government and hopefully keep the town going forward. But we have been for years and years and years shy on the capital program. We've never had enough money in that program to do the repairs. What do we get, $450,000 Chapter 90?
About that.
We should be spending over $500,000 on routine maintenance, and that's going out and doing crack sealing and that kind of stuff on a 100-mile road system. We should spend at least that much. And that's all we get from Chapter 90. I mean, we're so underfunded, it's pathetic. We're having to do our own road repairs with our own money, which is tough. And Boston and all those places are not, because the formula treats them royally. We're getting, Quinnetuck Road is classic of why we're hurting, because we got traffic flowing to us every day that's just flowing through us. It's not here, it's not tax-based traffic. It's just ruining our road system. Okay, I'll get off the pedestal. I shut you down first.
No, just a couple of comments. I tend to agree with Alex in terms of we ought to not rule out the ability to bond and use capital stabilization fund, capital funds to pay off bonds. I think one of the issues with the public safety complex, and I was chair of the capital planning committee for the many years right after that, wasn't that it was done, that capital funds were used to pay off the bond, but the percentage of the capital funds in that case that were being used to pay off the bond really put a damper on the remaining dollars available. I think used properly, it could be beneficial by allocating a smaller portion of capital to pay off, lets you do something up front. Yeah, you pay a little bit more because you're paying interest rates, but, you know, we're still in an era of historically low interest rates, to do things that you may need to do and can't otherwise afford other than a general revenue bond, which you may not may not want to do. So I don't necessarily disagree with the ability to do that. I think, Richard, your other point of, you know, we've got so many millions and millions of dollars, you're absolutely right, we do, and all we can do is look at the funds we have available and allocate them best. I'm not convinced that we can turn this town into a 30% capital expenditure town of our total revenue, even though for the next 10 years, we'd love to be able to do it and solve many of our problems. I think we just, the money just isn't there to tax it that way.
I think,
Go ahead, Marie.
Marie, go ahead.
I wanted to let you know the blank there, some of the discussion we had was 2%, leave it at 2%. The other was 3%, and the other thing, I don't know where we got this number, someone had mentioned going to 5% with every year we increase from 2 to 0.25 to get us to the target date of 5%. So those were some of the things we talked about in the blank, that's where we would go for it. So I don't know if you want to center the first part of the discussion around what the percentage will be and then talk about the debt. I know that Alex says they're interrelated also. I'm more comfortable
Yes, Steve
going at
knows.
3%. And I'd love to go 5 and see the will of this board of a quarter every year. I'm not sure if I would get that, but I definitely want to go above the 2%. So that's where I am with that blank.
Steve.
On the point of using annual capital funds for debt service, you only point out, I mean, I think my instinct says that you're probably better served if it's a major project, bond it so you can continue doing a consistent level of capital work. That said, I think from a policy standpoint, I guess how I would frame the decision, rather than looking back at the public safety complex, I would look ahead to a new DPW facility and say, are we going to now do less guardrail and sidewalk and street resurfacing in all the years that we're paying off bonding for a new DPW facility? And, you know, each of you has to make that decision for yourselves, but if you do that, if we're already behind, you just get further behind that way, but at the same time, if you can offset the amount of what would likely be an override, then you want to do that as well. So I guess how I think about the answer to that question is, well, what are we going to do when we need to build a new DPW facility?
Alex?
And I guess I'll just weigh in on what I think the number ought to be. I think 2% makes sense for where we are right now. I mean, we've had this discussion before, but to me, 3% and going up from there means we're putting a squeeze on other things that have a lot of value. I think we saw that during the 2012, 2013 year, the year before I got on the board, where there was 3%. And then we had there was a major conflict with the school committee and school budget. And the problem I have with making such a commitment like that in the absence of a long-term capital plan, where we're sort of putting everything on the table and prioritizing it, I mean, that's part of the concern that I have about the DPW facility, is that we seem to be pressing forward with something that major without looking at the larger context of all the other needs. So before we get to that point, I'd want to stay at 2%.
We've had 2% for how many years? Ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's illogical to think we can stay at 2%. We can't, it's impossible.
But then why not, but what about, to my point of, there seems to be resistance of putting everything on the table, and like last week, we made some fairly major decisions on the DPW facility, but we're looking at it in isolation, and that was part of the problem I had with it. So why not couple a policy of increased revenue to sort of a more comprehensive plan?
Okay, well, I can just tell you, nationally, you should be putting 2 to 4% of the net value of your resource into maintenance and repair. That's a national average, 2 to 4%. We're putting in 1/10 of 1%. That's how bad we are in shape. And it's even less than 1/10 of 1%, because I think I've got the wrong figures for our infrastructure. That really is how much we are underfunded. It's not just a minor underfunding, it's a radical underfunding.
But how does that argue against a comprehensive plan?
That you can't get a comprehensive plan unless you've got money to implement. I mean, we've got 5 studies in front of us right now that we could use $400 million on.
Right, but
What
I
else
guess
do
the
we wanna
question
do?
is, what, and again, this is the question that I have is, are our roads so bad that we need to prioritize that over a particularly expensive version of the DPW facility? Like, that's the kind of conversation we ought to be having.
Well,
And I don't think you can have that conversation until you sort of put everything together.
Well, it is together. We refuse to acknowledge it's together.
Well, where is it? Because I've never
Well,
seen it.
I've got 3 studies right here. I can send you copies of again. I've preached to this board for 4 years on this. The stuff is there. We keep denying it, but it's there. Read the reports and believe them. I mean, this goes back to 2010 when the engineer had the same report. He put it all together, and nobody believes this stuff. And these figures are there.
But I think we all agree that we've never tried to prioritize all the needs. The big, because the last budget process, I mean, we were presented with a fairly limited number of projects. I mean, we weren't looking at all the possibilities. I mean, we were looking at sort of what was going to be immediately implemented. We weren't looking bigger picture. And I guess that's just my point, is if we're going to ask for sacrifice, which is what it is, it's sacrifice, it's got to be in the context of a larger vision that you can sell to the town.
I can sell the vision to the town if they're willing to listen. I mean, this is not silly studies. We have prime engineering reports that we've been given. This is based on hardcore inspection, video inspections of our sewage systems and water systems and drainage systems. We really know a lot about our infrastructure.
No, I get that, and I accept all of that.
Right.
I mean, to me, what I see is problem, it's sort of a constellation of problems.
It is.
But how do you sort of bring order to that constellation and try to prioritize?
Okay, how
I
you
can
do,
actually answer that.
let me answer this one too. How you do is you go national statistics, and it states that if your road system is 100 miles and it's going to last 12 to 18 years, you're going to replace 5 to 6% per year. And that goes up there and it said, I need this much for roads. And that's there. You do the same thing with the water system, and it's all been done, except we're not funding it.
Right, and so given that we have a shortage in funding, how do we make the trade-offs?
Maintenance always defers, that's what they do, they defer until it's the point. Now, Converse Street is a prime example. We're putting skim overlays on a street that should be full depth repair. Clear example, we're extending a Band-Aid and it looks good for X amount of months or a couple of years, and then it just falls apart overnight. On Merriweather, when they tore up Merriweather this year, we found out there were some areas down there only had 2 inches of asphalt, running semi-tractor trailers down that street. Minimum 4 inches in residential streets. Our streets weren't even built when they were built to standard. And this is why you're seeing the roads like this all over town, is because and we're just doing patches. I mean, Stephen, I've talked to Stephen too a lot about this. I said, we've got to, even our engineering people, they got to turn around when we say you scope this street out, they don't go down there and have money in their back pocket. They go down and tell us what needs to be done. Then come back to us and with the dollars, and we say, okay, we can't afford it. Where's the least critical things to drop off? Make an honest decision. Yes, Stephen?
I just want to answer Alex's question about how we actually do what he's asking. We have our 5-year capital planning process. We saw the 5-year capital plan as well as and then it's annually renewed every year. And so every year, you take the projects that are the highest priority for that year, and that's evaluated by the stakeholders, either the schools, the town engineer, the departments who identify the need. We rank them all, but then we still have the other 4 years of projects that we see coming. You can go out 10 years, but most things are really unknown out further than that. And there are some times where needs appear in a given year, and they are dire needs that have to be addressed. And they jump on the first year, which is counterintuitive, but sometimes that type of thing happens. So we have a comprehensive 5-year capital plan that annually renews. We are in the process now of soliciting project requests for the fiscal year 16 version of the capital plan, which means we'll have fiscal year 16, 17, 18, 19, and now the new year 20 with projects on it. And it is a pretty comprehensive document. The reason why going out beyond 5 years gets challenging is that estimating costs beyond 5 years is really an exercise in futility, and it's not a worthwhile use of. You can certainly identify, here's a project out there, we have no idea what it's going to cost, and if you ask the folks and the departments, they can tell you what they are. But the capital planning document is a financial planning document. And so we go through and we take our 2% assumption and the enterprise funds and the other funding sources you've identified in the draft, and basically say, what can we afford with the amount of money we have? And that is when the prioritization exercise takes place. I present the town's recommendation to the capital planning committee. They ask me about priorities. They agree with some, they disagree with others, and then that goes to the select board, and the select board does its own prioritization and questioning of it. That's, to answer your question, how do we get to that? How do we look at everything in the context? That's how we do it every year.
Right,
And in the DPW facility,
I guess
I just want to make one more point.
Well, I guess what I'm just trying to, and I've heard all of this, but about the 5 years.
But you still ask the question.
No, but I guess all I'm trying to, you're sort of bypassing what I'm getting at, and is the needs, the big dollar figures that we've heard from Richard repeatedly, 100 million, 200 million plus. That's not the 5-year plan. That's the 30 years. And how does that all fit together? And to me, that's what's missing. But anyway.
Do you want to make one more point?
Marie wants it.
I think when we talked about the capital policy, that was one of the things we talked about, and that's another section about long-term planning. But I don't believe that because all of these pieces will eventually grow together, you don't start funding your infrastructure now. We are definitely underfunded at 2% compared to any other towns, compared to what our backlog is. That 2% is totally inadequate, and I think when you talk to capital, you talk to finance, they're all going to agree that we got to go above 2%. So I think we got to go back to that number and decide where we're going to have the commitment. If we feel we don't want to put a strain on the budget to go where we should be, which is 5%. From my attending all of these meetings, I'm told our target should be 5%. If we're not ready to go there, do we want to inch our way up, or do we want to start at 3%? But the whole idea of whether we have our long-term, what are they called, our MFIS, that's down under process that we can discuss later. But I think we got to start nailing down where we are in the percentage. And this whole thing about the DPW and how do we know it's top on the list, I right now have what I think Stephen calls one of my rants about how do you decide priorities, and that often is safety. And there's a serious problem down here at DPW that we all agree to, but that's another conversation right now. In regards to the policy statement, I think we could discuss that at the MFIS.
Let me add one real quick thing, just for side dressing. And this has since been corrected. About 2 or 3 years ago, we was talking to Mike, and they had on their inventory, they had 60 miles of sidewalks that needed to be repaired. And at that time, his allocation in his program was $5,000 a year. And at that expenditure rate, it had taken 2,854 years to get all the sidewalks done in town. And at that year, the board acknowledged it and said, we're going to take this thing to $300,000 to $400,000. So we gave them money to start doing the repairs. And since that time, there's been some significant sidewalk repairs, and we got a ton more to go. But Alex, the thing is, in maintenance, if you don't give them the money, they can't plan to use it properly, because they're sitting with this massive, overwhelming list. And what they're doing, they're stomping out forest fires right now. Their pavement, the Chapter 90 money is going into just potholes and silly stuff instead of actual engineering and stuff that you would want it to go into for the future, because they don't have enough money to do what they need to be doing on a recurring basis. And I don't know what the magic total is. There's a point of money versus capacity, but I can assure you we are so highly underfunded on maintenance. It's scary on the capitalized stuff.
I think just want to make, sorry, I wanted to finish one more comment about the DPW facility specifically, but I think it speaks to some capital items generally. Because Alex, I think your point about looking at things in the bigger picture is well taken. There is a comparative value to looking at certain capital projects, but then there are needs that are just needs, no matter how they compare to, say, a new middle school. Will a new middle school improve property values more than a new DPW facility? Probably so. But we have a town, we have a water utility, we have a sewer utility, we have snow that falls, we have trees that fall down. We need to have a Department of Public Works. And they need a facility to work at. And because of decades of disinvestment, the one they're in isn't gonna be that building, I would say, in the shorter term and then the longer term. And so, even though it may not seem like the greatest bang for the buck in terms of community value and property values, it's an absolute necessity. And sometimes the Merriweather Drainage Project is another example. Most of the big stuff that happened there was below ground, not the paving. I mean, the simple mill and overlay on Converse Street and the paving on Merriweather, if you drive down both, you realize it looks about the same, but it was an improvement for the people 3 blocks away. And it had to be done to improve chronic issues there. You know, the people on Merriweather's property values didn't go up, but the people on Woodside's sure did. And I think that's the trouble with not going the extra effort on capital, is that you always end up in the we did this in the last budget session, by the way. We ended up in the conversation of what are we going to cut to get the budget balanced, or to get the budget to the level we want. And the DPW has ended up in the cutting room floor, again, for decades, and eventually there's going to be a price to be paid for that. And that's the danger.
Go ahead, hey, Paul, we're waiting.
Well, I think we're still being disingenuous with people, because we're not spending 2%, we're spending 4 and 5% every year. And we gotta really stop saying that it's 2%, because it's not correct. Water and sewer, regardless of how it's paid for, is infrastructure, and it gets paid for. To answer your question, we really don't do that. The town manager has a 5-year plan, we the board don't. We haven't said that's more important, that's more important. And to give you an example, Richard mentioned sidewalks. I think we had 2 sidewalks, and 1 or 2 projects that came in under, it was in the town manager's report, and we took money from the sidewalk fund and I think from Chapter 90 money and used them to complete the projects. So Richard just identified roads and sidewalks as being the utmost important, and we took money from them because we fell short on the project so that we could go through with it. Now, right or wrong, what's the priority? Was the sidewalk the ultimate priority, or was that project the ultimate priority? And we haven't discussed that. What we did, even at the budget meeting, or the budget last year, about 5 of 11, we basically took unused levy limit and borrowed it to fund 3 or 4 projects. Were those the top priority versus saving that levy limit for a DPW facility or for a North Scepter? So to answer your question, it hasn't been put.
That was not on the table.
Correct.
Right.
So those things haven't been up there on the wall and said, that's the number 1 priority. Is the North Interceptor the number 1 priority, or is it not? And if it is, then if it's $1 million and that's what the cost is, that's what comes out of capital, and you commit to it. And if you need another $2 million, that is gonna, we're playing that project of, or that program of, well, if that fails, we're in trouble. So which one is it? And so is, sidewalks important? And if they are, then why do we move money? And if and which one is, and I think that when you get down to it, Alex, is that there are all these studies. They're there. So if you went to Mike Vrabel and said, Mike, on the water side, where's the top 5 projects? He can give you the top 5 projects based on need, I believe. Whether or not like Edgewood was failing and the system was failing, whatever. And I think if you went to Mike and said, where's the top 5 roads you would redo? The problem is, we haven't put those up on the wall and said, is that road the most important? Is Converse, because Rich is absolutely right. Converse has been a Band-Aid, and that was from 4 years ago. We put the first patch on it. And we really should be digging up that whole road and doing it right, but I think it's it's millions of dollars. But we haven't identified it as a priority to say, but we keep talking about it, but we haven't identified it as a priority. It's one of those needs in the report, but we don't say that that's the priority. So it is or it isn't. And I think that's what you're saying.
Right, yeah, I mean, I guess my point too is, Mike could pick out 5 things, but there's not a political decision. And see, that's where, I think that's what needs to happen. If you're gonna ask people to sacrifice, if you're gonna say, okay, we're gonna have larger class sizes in schools, we're gonna have fewer, hours for the library, because it's gonna come from somewhere, then there's gotta be that consensus in town that says, yes, those are the top 5, and we're really going to make sacrifices to make it happen. It can't just be, somebody sort of internally deciding that that's important.
That's the form of government we have, is internally we make the priorities and make the recommendations to the select board. And I do want to clarify on the point. Yeah, on the project that had the budget shortfall, the funds were used for sidewalks on that project. So I just wanted to clarify that point and just say, this year, one of the changes we're making to the capital planning process is the prioritization has to be more clearly identified when the recommendation is made internally, whereas in previous years, the departments haven't submitted prioritized requests. So that is something that I agree with. Prioritization is important, and we will make, per the charter, the recommendation for the capital plan to the capital planning committee.
Go ahead, Mark.
This board is supposed to be making policy decisions. And the biggest policy decision is how much we're going to put in the percentage of operating revenues towards capital projects. When it comes to the prioritization of the projects, we get that from the departments, and then we make a final decision when it comes to the budget, when it's brought in front of us. But right now, what we're being asked to do is something that only we can do at this executive board, and that is decide, as a policy, how much do we want to set aside for capital. And I think that this is something that we have been dodging for years, and we've been leaving it at 2%. And I think, I love this beautiful term, it's systematic disinvestment down it. And I think we've systematically not dealt with the basic issue, which is we've got to increase our investment in the infrastructure. And every year we go and we say we're going to do it, but I think this is a really strong way for us to say to this board and to future boards, we feel this is an important policy decision. And that's why I strongly support a 3%, which even is a minor increase. And Paul, you're probably right. We've probably been doing 3% some years. We've been putting it a little bit more here, a little bit there. But this is saying, as a town, we feel this is an important policy, and all future boards should look at this, and we're going to target at least 3%. If we had a little more strength of conviction, we would say we're going to aim for 5%, and every year we're going to try to increase it by 0.25.
Go ahead, Paul. Excuse me, Mark.
Yeah, percentages sometimes are a nice way to look at these things, but I'd rather look at the dollars. So let's just acknowledge that right now, each percent is about $500,000, right, Paul? Give or take.
A little bit more in FY16.
Okay, it's a little bit more than $500,000. So
Can I just ask you to clarify, which percentages?
a percentage of general fund revenue.
Okay, so capital doesn't
1%.
count for the other things, that's. So
Right,
we're gonna-
1% of general fund revenue is about 500, maybe
So we're
500,
pretending,
5,000. That's fine.
right, but we're pretending we don't spend money on capital in other
From
areas.
other,
Okay.
all I'm saying is if we use general fund operating revenue as the basis, the question is, to go from 2% to 3% means that we have to find $505,000 or $510,000 of places, of other expenditures that we no longer would use. And a 0.5% is $250,000, and 1/4% is $125,000.
And what's Prop 2.5?
Is 2.5%.
How much is that gonna add, Paul?
2.5% adds
1,070,000.
Right, okay, right.
That's all my money.
No, that's fine, as long as as long as no other costs to run this government go up.
That's it, law of the land.
Yeah, so the question I have is not what do we theoretically, psychologically, or emotionally think we need to do or want to do, and I agree, fall on the side of we ought to be increasing the amount we spend on revenue, however you measure it, Paul. we ought to be increasing the amount we spend because for the rest of my life here in Long Meadow, we could do that and not run out of projects. I was gonna say for the foreseeable future, certainly. And so the question is, really, how much can we afford to increase it by? And, you know, to me, to go from, say, and we're gonna use again, general fund operating revenue, if we're at 2% now, to say we're gonna go from 2% to 5% in 1/4% increments, you know, we're setting a goal out there that's literally 12 years away, which is the 5%. And I don't know who else plans to be here on the select board in 12 years, but I don't. And so the thought is, why are we going to setting a goal for 12 years out other than some theoretical? Just say, we plan on increasing it by 8% a year of general fund revenues. That doesn't mean how much we're spending in total. It just means how much additional money we want to commit to capital expenditures. You know, whether you can say we're spending 2% now or 12% now, what we're saying is we want to commit an additional, if we say 1/4%, an additional $125,000 a year, each year to capital expenditures. To me, that's something we as a board ought to be able to get our hands around, not worrying about what the total is we spend, where it comes from, and what our goal may be 12 years from now, but rather, you know, we want to commit additional funds, and what is, Alex, to use your words, because I like them, what is politically achievable may be this extra $125,000 a year.
So you would say 0.25 to increase annually, 0.25%.
Annually, the amount of money that's expended toward capital projects would increase by 0.25% of general fund revenue. That doesn't say what our total spending is.
Right.
It's just, we will increase that. And very honestly, you know, this policy is going to be reviewed 12 times before we hit a level
Yeah.
that nobody here would be comfortable with, at least that many of us would not be comfortable with.
That sounds fine to me. I like
I
the
know, Al,
idea.
I know we're
Assist-
short, Richard, of where you want to be. You'd like to take a large step increase.
I'd like to be able to do something.
Right, but the problem is, what are you not going to do when you do it? Do that. You know, I'd like to spend an extra $5 million next year also, Richard, but I can't tell you what not to do so we can spend that $5 million.
I think the inflation has taken us more than 0.25. That's the problem. That's what's eating us up.
Well, but no, because we're getting extra money based on this base 2% that indexes by inflation. I mean, you know, when I started on this capital projects, the 2% was only, I think it was $630,000 a year or something like that. You know, now 2% is over $1 million a year. Now it's, you know, 12 or 15 years later, but whatever it is. So we have that inflation based on, you know, to some degree. Now that's an escalator. It's not really inflation. That's an escalator in the available funds. It doesn't talk about an escalator or inflation in the cost of doing projects, which if it's going up faster than your funds are going up, you're right.
Yeah.
You're losing out on it. But I think a commitment to say, we're literally going to take $125,000 a year that will be adjusted for inflation every year out of our other operating budgets to put it into additional capital something is a significant statement, given how tight $125,000 is for this community. On the other hand, if people say $125,000 isn't tight, given the fact that we ran last year with a $1.4 million free cash at the end of the year, maybe we do want to go up by 0.5%. I'm just saying, set the percentage you want to increase and don't worry about absolute numbers.
Stephen?
Well, I was going to offer a clarifying point on on Paul's point, which I think to the folks at home is a meaningful one about the level of capital spending. Because in a town like Long Meadow, it's mostly single-family homes. You know, enterprise ratepayer versus taxpayer is a distinction without a difference. And now, like JGS, who doesn't pay full property taxes but pays 100% of their water bill, and Bay Path, and other tax exempt things, they know the difference. I think, though, when you look at that, yes, it does all count towards capital, but you can't do crack filling with water enterprise funds. you know, it's really not the revenue, it's not the expenditure side of those, it's not the revenue side, it's what can you do with capital, with those enterprise funds, and it's highly restricted. It's only for water and sewer, and so that's the thing we need to be mindful of. It's, you know, we need I truly believe a capital investment plan is best when it is diverse and balanced and doesn't favor one capital item overwhelmingly over another, and at the same time, its funding sources are diversified as well, but they all have to be sufficient. And I think, you know, I think if the board has a chance here to set the policy and go for it, we talked about capital and doing it for a long time. If for some reason we are faced with stark choices during budget prep that says the policy, if we do this policy, here's what you're going to do without, then we'll present that to the board. If we decide that new growth is favorable or other budgetary factors in a given year are favorable, then we'll do our best to fund it, because I think we agree internally that more money needs to be spent on capital. But I think the board should, through this policy, you know, say, this is really important to us, and we're going to say this is what should happen.
I'd like to mention one thing, folks. We got 16 minutes before the.
Yeah, we want to do the election.
We got
ballot.
16 minutes, and we got stuff that we have got to get done.
Yeah.
Could I just make one last suggestion on Mark's thing? Maybe go to 2.5 with a annual increase of 0.25. So that's something we don't need to decide, but to consider the next time we sit down to do this. So that's sort of like a combination of the two. We've increased it, plus I'd like the yearly escalator in there.
I would ask that you take a position on it, because if I'm going to build budget assumptions for FY16, I would like to have that percentage assigned to FY16 already.
Well, are people comfortable with 2.5 since they didn't seem to be comfortable with 3?
Can I ask a question? I think the problem that we have here is that, you know, Mark, you started by saying that you're not going to be on the board in 12 years. and you know, so it's almost, and actually that's where we are, why we are where we are.
Yeah.
Is there's no boards that has had the I'll say politically correct, the intestinal fortitude to stand up and say this is what the town needs, good, bad, or indifferent. Doesn't, I mean, regardless where everybody stands on that. And we go around in this cycle and just spin our wheels and spin our wheels and spin our wheels in the sense of we get the 2.5 and we spend it, we get the 2.5 and we spend it. And all we're doing is knocking out maintenance. We're not knocking out capital to a degree. And I think that's really the wrong way to look at it. Again, I'm looking at a number, Marie, it's not the 2.5%. I want a number not to exceed a percentage of expenditure budget. That's all I'm looking for.
Expenditure budget.
Yes, because our total expenditure budget includes water and sewer.
Okay, so the total expenditure budget should not exceed 10%?
No, it shouldn't exceed 4, and we spent over 4% last year. 2 years ago, we spent $4 million in night before town meeting. So I think, you know, you can't say that it's water and sewer, it doesn't count. That's a good argument, but I'm not buying it.
I don't think they're saying that. Okay, we've got some items we've got to get done.
Okay, I make a make a motion to approve the election warrant as presented on the recommendation of the town clerk.
Second.
Discussion?
I had a question. There's a great deal of language that describes these votes. And I don't know where it's coming from. I mean, this isn't
the one that's talking about the election ballot for November.
The referendum questions?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
I'm assuming
Is
that
what
comes
we're-
from the state,
Those are coming from the state directly.
Secretary of State, I would assume.
Okay, are we sure?
Yes.
I mean, I
Catherine
just.
gets it
Pretty
from
sure,
the
yeah.
Secretary of State,
Yeah,
yes.
she doesn't make those up.
Okay, well, I'm not
No,
saying
no.
that, I'm sure she's
No,
not
I'm
drafting
saying, no,
them,
she's
but-
not writing them, though. They're coming
No, I'm
from
sure
the
she's
higher
not
authorities.
drafting them, but I mean,
And I
like-
would say it's from the Secretary of State's office.
Do we, I don't know, maybe Stephen knows?
No, it's Secretary of State, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Description of the ballot questions?
Of these
Comes
ballot
from-
questions?
Yeah, does that come from the Secretary of State, or
Says
does
it comes from the
Ms.
Secretary.
Ingram
Where does
write
it
them
say that?
herself?
I
Secretary of the
highly doubt
Commonwealth.
Catherine Ingram writes statewide ballot question descriptions.
No, I've no doubt she doesn't draft it, but where's she getting it from?
Secretary of State's office.
Where's that?
Because, you know, they have to come from the Secretary of State or some state office, because they're all going to be uniform throughout every municipality in Massachusetts.
Okay.
I know, because I'm almost
Yeah.
positive that question has been asked in
Right.
previous
Yeah.
boards that it comes from the Secretary of State.
Wasn't there some reporting that the Secretary of State's office was criticized for the wording of some of the descriptions
Yeah, it is.
earlier, so that's why I
Yeah,
presume.
I mean, I guess the thing is, it's, I don't know, I guess I think I was looking at something that came in the mail from the state. Did you guys get in the mail? It was
Yeah.
orange.
Right, yeah.
And they had descriptions, and that's different than this. So, you know,
Petition articles have to be printed on the state, just like they're printed on the, that's why the folks in the casino got the yes as opposed to no, and.
yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
but descriptions,
because,
Catherine can't change that.
so the fact that it's different than what I got in the mail, so like, I pay particular attention to the casino,
Really?
and, yeah, strangely enough. And they had, the way it was set up, they had arguments for, arguments against.
Well, that's-
And that's,
Yeah, that's
That's
the information
different.
for voters. That's
Yeah.
information for voters
That's
packet.
not-
Right,
That's
right.
that's not the
right.
election.
Yeah, they're
And-
very strict on what goes on ballots.
Well, that's what I would think.
Yeah.
You might be able to look at it differently. You're probably not going to be able to adjust whatever is on there, because it is a state ballot.
Well, I'm not trying, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure we've got the right thing. That's
Yeah,
all.
again, I'm fairly positive it
Okay.
comes right out of the Secretary
All
of
right.
State's office.
Any more discussion?
Nope.
All in favor? Aye. Board and committee appointments?
I make a motion, oh, let me get there, I got it already opened up, sorry, unless somebody else has it in front of them. Right, yeah, okay. I move to appoint Lawrence Rubin to a 3-year term expiring June 30th, 2015, to the Board of Assessors.
Second.
Discussion? All approved?
Aye.
All opposed? We've got the budget directives. What are we going to do on that?
I can go very quickly.
You got-
I would tell you what I planned on doing.
Just to give a brief lead-in before you go,
You want to close this?
Yeah, close the warrant first, if you want to close the warrant first.
We haven't had a chance to look at it, so I don't know.
I mean, the minute we go,
Close it or not.
I would go through the vote of closing it, though.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have
always open
opportunity
it
for
if there's
votes
a
to still
problem.
come in.
and sorry, we're jumping around a little bit, but for the warrant, the planning board member, Walter Gunn, came in and asked about if you wanted to speak.
Right.
We threw in what we have on the warrant so far, and to close it, as we know how important closing a warrant is as a part of the process. It was the intent, of course, that if the board had follow-up questions or wanted to invite planning board members to appear at the next meeting to go through this, and given the next meeting's agenda, how it's filling up, perhaps a special meeting for the warrant may be in order. But this is just to show you the kind of a placeholder way what we're working on so far, so you have some introduction before you're asked to approve the warrant. And if there's follow-up you want or specific questions you want to bring people in to ask, you can identify that.
Motion?
Motion to close the warrant.
Second.
Discussion? Go ahead, Alex.
Now, this was something that perplexed me last year, and then this came up when we had it came up in the spring. And, because I kind of wondered, what did it mean to close the warrant when you haven't actually voted on what the warrant actually is? I mean, this, as it is now, this is very much a rough draft. And we saw this when David Martell gave us his opinion about, sometimes it's not too late. Because I think, remember this, last spring, we decided to quote-unquote close the warrant back in February, sort of absurdly early. And then...
That was my policy.
And I understand, but I mean, there was no exigency behind it. And I think David Martell suggested to us that it really wasn't legitimate, given the ability for citizens to bring petitions to town meeting. So I guess the question, so my question on this
Is
is,
there a question?
what is the exigency of closing it now?
There's a publishing date. There's some, I mean, there's administrative work, so, I mean, I should let Paul handle this one, but there's administrative work we need to do to finalize the warrants. And it's really, it all really backs up off of the date it has to be in people's hands.
And I agree with that, but this, you're not beginning to publish anything in the conditions in now, right?
No, that's why we leave as much time for the administrative work, the select board debate and the follow-up and the kind of the rewriting of articles and stuff that may come up administratively that we didn't foresee. But we want to get this in your hands as quickly as possible so you can begin thinking about it. Because once we get to that date that we absolutely have to meet to get it into people's hands, we don't want to be scrambling around. So it is an advanced copy, if you will, of where we're headed.
What are we trying to shut out?
Nothing.
Okay,
It's
then what are we doing by closing it?
Paul was here at a meeting where Stephen wasn't, and Paul was acting that.
Yeah, what I had
There was a
done is
timeline.
just prepare you folks and give you ample time to discuss this. It was hopeful that you'd have some time to discuss all the warrant articles today, maybe approve a few, have a few questions that we could then address on the 20th, with the hope of possibly closing it on the 20th. But if we don't close it on the 20th, it has to be closed on your next bi-weekly meeting, which would be November 3rd, because it has to be posted 14 days before the town meeting. So it was mainly given to give it to you folks ample time in order to have the discussion. I think the bottom line is that if you do not close it now, you still have, or the folks still have opportunity to come in with more petition articles,
Citizen petition.
citizen petition articles.
But also, if we reopen it, if there's something we want to add in. the
Yeah, you
next
could
meeting,
reopen it, sure.
It also allows for citizens to put petition articles. on
I
to
think,
reopen it.
if I understood David
That's correct.
correctly, it would open up to everything. If you
And
open it up, you open
I
up
would
to
vote for
everything.
this because this board, I have a petition, I have an article I have placed on the warrant, the support of the board, and we haven't even had a chance, an agenda item to discuss that. And I really don't think it would be proper to close it and then reopen it. I think it'd be more upfront with the people that if we wait to the next meeting to close it and discuss it. Because we haven't had a chance to talk about what we potentially would want as a board on the warrant.
No, we're obviously, we're gonna have to have a special meeting. Because we've got too many items now that are high-centered. We must have a special.
Yeah, I mean, a special meeting on the warrant seems more sensible than a special meeting on, say, I think Quinnetuck and some of the
Well,
policies
Quinnipiac
can
can go to
be.
the next one. We need time to
It can be done in the bi-weekly meeting, but a special meeting on the warrant
But
may
we
be justified.
haven't even started getting these policies, and we didn't even touch our goals tonight, and we gotta keep moving forward on something. So, is there a motion?
There was a motion and a second by me, Marie made the motion.
She made a motion to,
A second.
To approve. Close
To
it, I
approve.
second.
Close the warrant.
So we
Yeah,
discuss
so-
it.
and you second discussion, and I somewhat agree. I don't see any reason to close it.
Especially if we have to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to reopen it again.
So.
It
I'll
doesn't affect
withdraw my
anything other than
motion.
This board.
I might want to keep a second up there now.
Do we want to vote on?
She withdrew her motion.
Oh, you were just, okay, thanks. I didn't hear you withdraw. FY Budget Directives, you got 4 minutes.
Well, here's what I plan on doing. On the revenue side, which is just consistent with prior years, using the full 2.5% levy capacity. Level funding state aid, last year's increase was a 2% or $114,000. Level funding local receipts and the use of no reserves to balance out the budget. On the expense side, salaries for FY16 and some of the collective bargaining agreements are at zero on the town side, and the school, fire, and non-union, non-school personnel, there's nothing settled for FY16, so I'm only going to put in a 1.5% escalator on the salaries at this point in time to cover the steps only. Level fund expenses. When it comes to employee and retiree benefits, I'm going to escalate the health insurance by 4%. It might be a little bit high, given the fact that Scantic Valley still does have a hefty fund balance, but there's a lot of talk of what's happening in the health insurance industry now is it's not necessarily the medical care, but it's the prescription drug costs that are driving these things. Not enough new generics are coming in, and a lot of new drugs are coming out that are very expensive. The retirement is at 8%, which is done through actuarial study. OPEB, there is another OPEB policy that the Sub-Finance Committee was looking at. They wanted to increase the OPEB funding by 0.25%, and that would be about another $118,000. So I was going to increase it from its current 0.25% to 0.5%. Liability insurance, I'm going to adjust by 7.5%. The debt will actually be the actual, and the capital, I guess at this point in time, I'll put it in at 2.25%, as opposed to 3%.
Oh, I said
I'm sorry.
2.5 with an
Two-
escalator of
2.5 to
0.25, but
start?
we didn't make a decision on that.
We didn't vote on it.
Yeah. So,
Go for 2.5 and you can adjust.
Okay, I'll go for 2.5 to
Okay,
start.
is Paul walking out of this meeting with budget directives then?
Not totally, he's just using a projection.
So we're doing a joint meeting with the school committee, and like we did last year, and he and the assistant superintendent for business affairs
Right.
or whatever are going to sit at that desk and present to jointly the select board and school committee their financial projections or their budgetary projections for FY16, and he was just establishing with all of you the baseline information that's gonna go into those projections.
Yeah, call them draft assumptions, but those draft assumptions will now be put into numeric format just to see where we end up.
And did I hear you saying there was level funded or level service?
You heard me say level fund expenses.
Okay, so that's different from last year. Wait, do you think of that?
I-
I think it was level service last year.
It could very well have been, but
Yeah.
I'm putting in just as a start, the level fund expenses. Salaries would be at an increase of 1.5% to cover step increases. So in essence, that's almost level service on a
Right,
salary.
right, right.
15.
Yeah, 15, 16.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes. Motion to adjourn?
Second. So moved.
Okay.
second.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for
Mr. Foster made a motion.
sticking with us tonight. Our next scheduled meeting will be on October 20th, but we will most likely be scheduling a special meeting. So keep track on our calendar and you can see when that's coming up. Thank you very much and thank you for watching.
Oh,